and one.
I can make bread with it! Bread! 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 Bread!
Yo. They're done. Hello. 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 Oh. Thank you for supporting Raina. By supporting her, you feed me. Yeah. But hi, it's Saturday, right? I got my dates mixed up. Okay, it's Saturday. Wonderful. I'm a little EP still. Yeah, I was watching YouTube videos. I was like, listen. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I would die. That's when I went to bed. I would rather die. Oh god. Oh. Would hate that. Nope. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I feel that. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, sorry. Gotta do that right now. Okay, so Okay, so if I click off of the tab and I click back at OBS, it like flashes my my window capture, so it's like really weird. I just noticed that. Ooh. If I have the loop behind my OBS and I have everything else on my main monitor. So if I click to my other monitor, it will like loop, or not. It won't loop. It will flash what my background is and then flash it back. And I'm like, oh, it's weird. It's very weird. No. Oh yeah, hold on. Rain. Okay. We were supposed to do this months ago. This has been in the making for so long. Oh, oh yeah, get little PNGs who are like, let's just fucking do it. We're too broke for this. Let's just do it. Oh. Yeah, something like that. I just need money. I just need money. Yeah. I would, yeah. That would be awesome, guys. I would love to pay off my car so I don't have to pay a car payment every month. And my credit card so I don't have to pay $230 a month. Ugh. God. Spaghetti. No, those don't last. I'm not doing that. I like my Corolla. I'm here for economy. I need it to last 20 more years, my gamer. Shit boxes are expensive. It's the maintenance. It's basically a pet at that point. I did, one of my car's names was Berthelga. She was my Volvo, and I loved her to death. Ugh. Yeah, but I don't fucking want to. Yeah, that doesn't offset the cost that I still have to pay like 50 to 60 bucks for supplies. Yeah, like, and also I don't have that money at the moment, so. Earn her. There's booby. Yeah, I didn't read this. I've not read this one yet. So that's why one of the reasons why we picked it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very, very excited. I definitely didn't get this idea from another podcast that's currently running and very popular. that was like, oh. And then listening to some of the stories and talking to Raina which ones, I'm like, alright, I know which ones we have to talk about. Because I have one after this that we need to go over that is great and awful. Yeah. There is a list at the moment of things that we need to go over. And yeah. Cause I know we're gonna start trying to do this. We're trying to do one long and then a grab bag of small ones, correct? And I also I forgot to ask you, do we want to do viewer submitted ones? Yeah. Yeah, because I completely forgot to ask you. We'll have Vin read them. We'll have Vin read them. Get the cat. Cat, vet this for me. Is this safe for twits? Will I lose my job? Is it good? Is it shit? Oh, there's so many. There's so many. That's just creepypastas. Oh yeah, two-sided horror stories. Oh, those are so good. Those are so great. Yes. Oh, yeah. No, it's so... Oh my god, I just realized I have my Discord muted this entire time.
Tome!
I don't stream often. I rig models.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
That's
a little
really funny.
stupid.
It's just so funny because you even checked to make sure it was capturing my audio earlier.
Oh, speaking of, I didn't lower you. I should have. No, because I muted it.
Oh
I muted
my god.
it just to make sure that, like, I mean, I had you check because sometimes if I don't swap it over, it just won't capture it. I just had it muted and I fixed the initial issue. Chat. I'm a little stupid.
That's really funny.
I'm a little dumb.
I'm not gonna lie,
a little
that is
silly.
really fucking funny though. Just the whole mental image of like, yeah, Tome spends 2.5 hours watching a mouse's mouth move and occasionally responding.
This was entire 18 minutes of silence on your end and speaking on my end.
Oh my god. That's really fucking funny.
I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. This is my
fine.
hell.
Alright. Hey, at least you caught it before we did the actual
That's
reading
really
start.
true. Because I was like, let me make sure that my audio is all balanced and nice. And I looked and I'm like, why is that gray? That's not supposed to be gray.
The amount of times I've gone to start working on something or I've started playing a game and I'm already into it and I'm doing the intro, I'm like, oh man, music is gorgeous and stuff, and then I look over and see that it's not capturing the game audio and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. Ugh. All right. Well, I guess.
But anyway.
I guess fuck it. It's fixed now.
It works now, so that's
annoying.
all that matters.
Good God.
You
if I
fixed
change
it,
windows,
it's fine.
all it'll do the flashing thing. Oh, that's weird.
Oh, that's very
So, like, if I
strange.
want to go check something
You might
on
just see if
Discord
there's
real
something
quick.
up.
No, I think it's just how this does it. Okay, I don't know. I'll ignore it. Fuck it. I don't. It just
Okay.
flashes to my normal like background. Who cares? It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
To be fair with mine, it'll just flash to a black background because I just straight up just made a new full scene because I just was not,
okay.
I was like, I can't be fussed. I was like, I'm not gonna worry about overlaying stuff. I'm just gonna snag some of my overlay stuff and then I'm gonna place it where I want to. I've like added some opacity to like my followers and my alerts and stuff to give everything kind of a ghostly vibe, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. What if I lock that?
If you can't
No,
tell,
okay,
guys,
no,
this
no,
is
no.
gonna be a work in progress. This is just gonna get better from here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's hope.
I'm sure it will. I'm
Trust
sure
me.
it will.
It's hard to get lower than rock bottom, but sometimes you can just stay at rock bottom.
That's true.
It's a
That's
nice
true.
plateau.
I mean, Patrick seems to like
a
it.
floor.
Nowhere to go but straight. Oh,
Nowhere
God.
to go. Oh, God. Okay.
All right. We good?
I think we're good. I think... Double check it.
Okay, double check to see.
Scrolling down, making sure I don't have anything open like that. I think I'm good. Okay. I think I'm good.
Okay.
I think I'm good.
All right. Okay, so we're kicking off with part 1. Has anyone heard of the left-right game? This is a series. There's multiple parts. This is gonna be a long one, folks.
And this is posted onto r/NoSleep. It was created on March 24th, 2010. The author NeonTempo. Yes, NeonTempo is the author.
Yes.
All right. Let's see real quick. Yes. All right. I think we
All right, want me to take the first part and you do the narration for the next part?
Yes, I think that'll be a good way to go.
Sounds good. A few points before we start. Firstly, I am not the protagonist of this story. Just went to university with her and thought she went on to become, and though she went on to become a professional writer, I most certainly did not. She'll be taking over from me further down, but until then, please forgive my slightly awkward delivery while I give you guys the necessary context. Secondly, I don't know what you will make of the following events, and I'm sure many of you might consider it all some sort of hoax. I wasn't present for any of what transpired in Phoenix, Arizona, but I can vouch for the person who wrote the following logs. She is not, and has never been, a fantasist. Okay, so I once knew a girl called Alice Sharma. She was an undergrad at Edinburgh Uni at the same time I was. My educational poison was history, a degree which has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharma has studied journalism, though perhaps studied isn't the word. It's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, recognizable voice in student radio. She was frustratingly tunnel-visioned, and she was a journalist in her own right before anyone gave her a professional shot. We met in student halls and became friends almost immediately. A meandering waster trying to stay off his parents' farm and an intrepid, ambitious reporter may not seem the most obvious pairing, but I learned not to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all of my essays. I'm not too sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dream and I chased my tail.
And they were roommates.
She got a few jobs here and there.
I said, and they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
They were roommates.
I'm out here making all the money, and you're just out here chasing tail. She got a few jobs here and there, but nothing befitting of her skills. After months of fruitless internships and rejections, Alice called a flat meeting, telling us that she was moving to America, accepting a position chasing stories for National Public Radio. The job had come out of the blue, the result of a Hail Mary application she thought had been dismissed out of hand. We threw her a bittersweet going-away party and put up the room for rent. That party was the last time I saw Alice Sharma. She dropped out of contact a few months after her departure. Complete radio silence. I assumed she was just busy, so I carried on with my small but happy life, and waited for her to pop up on television with some important words below her name. Chief correspondent, senior analyst, something like that. The radio silence was broken last week, and, for reasons you'll glean further down, I'm less happy about it than I would have thought. Arriving home from work, I found a lone email in my otherwise bare inbox. An email that would later be described as suspicious by my tech-literate friends. Despite being born in the early 1990s, I didn't own a computer until uni, and I've missed several important lessons in the world of cyberspace. Lessons like, don't call it cyberspace, of course, and more importantly, don't open emails with no text, no subject, and no sender's address. I realize most of you would have deleted this anonymous blank email immediately. My friends certainly would have. But beyond my basic ignorance about online safety, something further compelled me to open it. The only thing of substance in the entire message was a zipped folder labeled left.right.as. I didn't have to explain what I was hoping those initials stood for. Opening the zipped folder, I found myself staring at a stack of text files, each one titled with a date, continuing sequentially from the very earliest file, 07/02/2017. To any Americans in the room, this is the 7th of February. I've since read the files a few times and shown them to some friends. What's up?
I was confused because it was like 2017, so this is supposed to be... What year is this story supposed
About
to
8 years ago.
Yeah, 8 years. Oh, I know that, but the story was written in 2010, and you got an email, and again, why the fuck would you open what is possibly a zip bomb? But then it's titled, the earliest is 2017. So when is this supposed to be?
So, I think actually misread. NoSleep was created in March 24th of 2010. But
NoSleep what? I'm so dumb.
This story was posted.
So, I see, 7 years ago. Okay, never mind. I misread NoSleep.
It's all good.
I don't.
I had a
I
brief
don't.
moment
I
as well where I
don't
was like,
Reddit
hold
often.
the phone. It's all good. But yeah, for there, I thought you were confused about like the date, as in like the order of the numbers. But then it's like, no, actually,
Well,
now it
yeah,
makes
it's
sense why you were
wrong, but
confused.
you know.
No, no. Well, I mean, no, Europe actually, that is how it rolls. They do day, month, year, and that still fucks me up.
Yeah. No.
Canada likes to swap between them, and that does
It's
not
wrong.
make things better.
Oh God. Ugh. Oh, I hate it when something's not
Yeah.
standardized. Like you can
Yeah,
standardize
no,
it wrong, but still they standardize it.
Yeah, some forms will be day, month, year. Others will be month, day, year, and it drives
Oh, I
me
feel
insane.
like it's gonna drive me
Thankfully,
insane if I do end up moving up there.
So a lot of them, if it makes you feel better, a lot of them, if it's number based, it will be day, month, year. But if it's using words, it'll do month, day, year, because then it'll be like, it won't say the number of the month, it'll just say the name of the
I
month.
mean, I guess that makes sense, but still. But also, why would you write it out? Just put the numbers.
Some do. Some fucking do.
Ugh.
Some online forms do it that way, and I don't know why.
Ew. Don't do
Probably to
that.
make people less confused.
That's disgusting. I mean, okay, that's probably why. But even then, sometimes it's like, come on. Come on.
I've since read the files a few times and shown them to some friends. They don't know what to make of it either, but they certainly aren't as concerned as me. They think Alice is just in creative writing phase, and if I didn't know her, I'd have to agree. But the thing is, I do know her. Alice Sharma only cares about the truth, and if that's the case with these files, insane as it may sound, then it's very possible my friend has documented her own disappearance. The people who suggested this forum said you discuss strange occurrences and etc. If you guys have come across anything to do with the below, or know of any people involved, then please send any information my way. Has anyone here heard of the left-right game? Now, this series has 10 parts, so we're going to work through as many of them today as we can.
I feel like we will probably get like half of it through.
Yeah,
Or
we'll see,
maybe
we'll see.
maybe a little
It
more
all
than
depends
half,
on how
we'll see.
long the actual posts are.
Yeah, well, going through the post, those look pretty long. I just did a quick scroll
for
down.
this, yeah. So for the draft, we'll have you do the narrations, and I shall be Alice.
Yeah, you shall be to give the people and all that fun jazz. I will say there is, I did count the amount. I think there's 7 characters. In this.
I may make a notepad just to note who's voicing whom.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that because that there's a lot.
I have a notebook right here.
There is a lot. Okay. Oh, actually, I should
Also,
drink.
hi, Key.
Hi, Key.
Yes, I got myself some appy juice.
I gotta go gamer soups. Mine is, it's a lime punch flavor. It's pretty good.
I honestly need to get into some more of my Rogue. The dragon fruit lemonade is so fucking good.
Speaking of Rogue. Anyways.
Oh, that's perfect.
I know,
timing.
you
I
literally,
should do that.
speaking of Rogue, look at that. Right on time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Alright. Okay,
Yeah.
let me.
They do have a deal going on right now if you're interested in checking it out, but my code is always worth 20% off, so make sure to keep that in mind and bookmark my link.
Just stretch a little bit. I should have stretched before the stream. Oh.
Oh, crunchy.
Crunch. Alright, so quick recap. So Alice Sharma went missing.
First time I was reading it, I kept calling her Shawarma.
So Alice Shawarma went missing and heard nothing of her. And then he got a blank email that had a zip folder that had that. Again, chat.
Yeah, he just had a zip folder that had left, right, and her initials.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hoping it's her initials. Because it's not confirmed. But
Yeah.
like, don't open a zip folder, chat. Don't open it. That could be a zip bomb and will destroy you. And by destroy, I mean your computer. It was like 20 terabytes of questionable things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, anyways, I think if we are ready, I will get started with the narration of part 1. Okay. The left. Oh!
You sure about that?
Yeah! Oh, God. That's a telling of things to come. Oh, boy. I should drink before I start reading again.
Yes, no, maybe
I
take
have
another little sippy
I
as a
need
treat.
a very, very dry mouth.
Getting all tongue-tied.
Maybe a little bit. You know, the word "the" is really hard to read sometimes.
I mean, look how long it took SpongeBob to write it. I
You're
get it.
so right. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. Let me center myself real quick. Okay. Oh,
We've been haunted with a case
you're
of
an
the giggles, I
actor.
know.
You're an actor, Tome. Even though you're not. You were only in one play in your life. Okay.
You remember, you're an actor.
Yes. All right. The Left-Right Gang, Draft 1. Oh, fuck. What were the dates? How did they date it again? Is it
07/02/2017.
7th of
7th.
February? Okay. I hate that. I hate that. The Left-Right Gang.
Remember, we're looking at this from the perspective from someone from the UK, so it's always going to be day month.
God, they have to be wrong about it. Okay. The Left-Right Gang, Draft 1. February 7th, 2017. They say great stories happen to those who... I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. I can't speak for shit, dude. They say great stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthard? Guthard.
Guthard.
I don't like that. I'm going to say Guthard. Robert J. Guthard
Okay.
is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table, sip his coffee, and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off of a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of them received more than 1 or 2 sentences. Good God, Rob. Fucking settle. Rob plows through the years
He's
and
wild,
his
like turd on
women.
the
Good
breeze.
God. The curt, dispassionate creator of his own personal history. Yet the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments of it's so wildly meandering that it somehow stands at its own merits. It's a great story, no matter how you tell it. By the time Rob was 21, he'd gotten married, had a son, worked as a farmer, a moother, a boat engineer, and grown estranged from his spouses. Let's be honest. Good lord, there's 3 of them. Here's him talking about that. I was like, don't say spouse. There was like 3 of them. He gets around.
You saying it because you did the pause on engineer. My brain's thinking he was a mover, a boat engine, and I'm just imagining a man pulling like.
It's just the Quagmire toilet like video. He just morphs. He anamorphs into a boat engine.
Yeah.
Oh, here's him talking about that. All right. Do you want me to do Rob or do you?
You can do Rob. I'll do
Alright,
Alice. Or
yeah.
as who we assume is Alice.
Assuming Alice.
Also, I realize now, technically speaking, the narration parts here is Alice or S's perspective. So, do you want me to do Rob? Since it's the separation.
Yeah, you can do
or...
Rob. Be the 65-year-old old man who has gone through 3
All right,
divorces.
give me 2 seconds here. I'm just gonna mark down that I am Rob.
Though he could have 4 marriages, we don't know. It didn't confirm that. It just said 3 divorces.
Maybe one of them wasn't his.
Maybe he's just a divorce attorney. Who knows?
Maybe he's just a homewrecker.
Yeah, maybe he's just the homewrecker. Which makes the question: is that worse?
I want to say yes, especially if he's doing it knowingly.
Yeah.
Of course, my wife started to get dissatisfied. I was away a while.
For work?
Vietnam.
You were in Vietnam. How was that for you?
I ain't never been back since.
That was everything he had to say concerning his first divorce and the entire Vietnam War. What that? That's all we're getting from that. Just
What
that's
happened?
all
why
we're
are
getting
you separated?
from the man who had like 3 divorces, was in the Vietnam War. Okay, I would like to know more. Okay, whatever. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot at once by the mob, then became a courier, which is how a poor boy from Alabama got to see the world.
I've been to most of the countries since that job. I've been to India. You from India?
My mom and dad were from India, yeah.
See, I could tell.
Oh, and he's racist, too!
That's
Yeah!
I'm also a racist to boot.
We love we love casual racism. Oh my god.
It's just. Oh yeah, I could tell. Oh, how? I'd like to not answer that question.
No,
I'd like
he
that
would
to be
answer that
stricken from the
question.
record.
He would answer that question. He wouldn't care. He has a scotch and a
True.
cigar in both of the same hand. He doesn't care.
True. Fucking true.
He'd been arrested once in Singapore after one of his packages had been found to be full of white powder. He spent 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. What? Yeah, 3 days? Okay.
No, that actually tracks.
No, okay, it's in a different country. It's in Singapore. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his third marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years.
Japanese are good people. Good manners. But they got all these urban legends and ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for. Spent all his free time chasing them down. Like, you heard of Jorogumo?
I don't think so.
Well, she's this spider lady lives up in the Joro Falls around Izu. Meant to be real pretty, but really dangerous. Hiroji took us there to get a picture of her.
Oh, I know Gaz. Sorry. Did you ever meet Juragomo?
Yeah, she's a VTuber now.
Yeah.
Nah, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe it all until we went to Aikigahara. I lived there 5 years. I still don't know how to pronounce it.
Fuck. Aokigahara? Aokigahara? Yeah, Aokigahara. Affectionately titled The Suicide Forest. Oh, fun!
Yep.
Where's,
I was like,
where's-
I recognize
where's
that
Logan
name.
Paul?
Why?
Or Jake Paul? Which one?
I just
I
watch
think
him
it's
just
Logan.
fucking
I think
appear
it's-
behind one of the fucking trees in our background.
The next stop on
True
Rob's
horror story.
adventure. It's an area of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji, a notorious hotspot for young people looking to take their own lives. Hiroji, Rob's ghost-obsessed jailmate turned best friend, took him to Aokigahara to chase Yurei, the ghost of the forest. Did you find anything in Aokigahara? Oh god. It's so hard to say.
Well, I ain't
every
gonna
time.
ask you to believe me. It's okay, I get it. I trip up my tongue on that one every time. But I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there was a spirit in those woods.
Weeder. Sorry.
It's okay.
From that moment on, Rob's sentences started getting longer. A childlike excitement creeps into his voice. I get the distinct feeling we're moving beyond the background, beyond Rob Guthard's old life, and towards his new one. The one he wants to talk about. The one that led him to contact the show.
It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost.
Almost?
It was missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I bolted out of that forest so fast. Hiroji never saw it. Holds it against me to this day.
Hiroji had a good reason to be annoyed. Rob says that Mr. Sato had been going to the forest 2 to 3 times per year for 3 decades. To have a rookie come along and claim to have seen a Yuri on his first trip? I'd be more than a little cranky. But Rob didn't stay a rookie for long. In fact, it was in those woods that he discovered his current passion, the supernatural, or more accurately, the documentation and investigation of urban legends. Legends like Bloody Mary, the Jersey Devil, Sasquatch. Rob had looked into them all.
I figured if one was true, then who knows how many others could be.
How many have you proven so far?
Since Aikigahara? Oh, ain't none of them had any proof to them. Except for one. That's why I called you guys up.
At this point, Rob can't hope to repress a smile. The left-right game appeared on a paranormal message board in June 2016. Only a few people frequently visited the forum, and of those regulars, only Rob took an interest in the post.
The whole thing was at the level of detail you don't see in other stories.
Sorry. What detail grabbed your interest?
Logs. High quality pictures. The guy documented everything, said he wasn't going to play the game anymore. I think he wanted somebody to keep investigating.
And you were that somebody?
That's right. I set about trying to verify his information right away.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I hit the wrong buttons. I was scrolling something and then okay.
Oh no.
Somebody. Okay. And how did that go?
Well, it didn't take long to realize the left-right game is the real thing.
The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then when next possible to road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. The rules are easy to understand, but Rob says they're not so easy to follow.
There ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and keep going. Most of the time you find yourself at a dead end or you needing to turn in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system, so you can keep going left and right as long as you need to.
Did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game?
That's right.
I try not to seem incredulous. Selling your house in another state, packing up and moving your whole life to Phoenix, Arizona, just to play a game you saw on the internet? Seems like insanity. Rob smiles as he reads my expression. I can clearly read his expression too. You'll see, it says. Just wait. Excuse me. I wouldn't have wait long. Included with the 9-page submission Rob sent to our show was a long list of suggested items the chosen reporter should have bring with them. Clothes for 3 days, a pocket knife, matches, bandages. There were also a set of qualifications the reporter should have. The ability to drive, basic vehicle maintenance, and its human equivalent first aid training. He didn't just want to talk about the left-right game, he wanted to take one of us along. Rob leaves a short while later to embark on a few errands, preparing the run, as he calls it. He shows me to the guest room, and we part ways, on good terms, but very much aware of the other's poorly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive, chasing after a fairy tale. He sees me as a naive cynic, on the cusp of a new world. All I could think as I heard the front door close is that by tomorrow afternoon, one of us would be right. More after this. When I woke up the next morning, Rob is in my room, holding a tray which he knocked on the bottom. Holding on a tray which he knocked on the bottom to arouse me. I didn't manage to record the start of our conversation.
I got bananas, strawberries, chocolate syrup. We got some more downstairs, but I wanted you to wake up to something good. We won't be eating this stuff on the road.
That's all for breakfast? That's it?
No, read the next line.
Oh. Listen, I'm a judgmental bitch, alright? I'm gonna jump to the gun. I will jump to every conclusion.
Chocolate syrup and fruits, that's it.
That's it? On a 3-day
Followed
drive? I need eggs! I need waffles! Oh, would you look at that? Rob has made me waffles. He sets them down on the nightstand and talks through the coming day after I eat. I'll admit, it feels a little uncomfortable, waking up in a stranger's home to find a stranger already standing over me, but I quickly move past it. I tell myself that he's an older man, accustomed to living alone in his own house, not usually having to think about boundaries. Anyway, he certainly knows his way around a waffle iron.
Now you know how I managed to both keep and lose my wives.
All four
no
of them.
boundaries, but I make killer waffles. We hit the road at 9. I wanted to give you time to get ready before everyone shows up.
There are other people coming?
We got a 5-car convoy on the road today. They'll be here in an hour.
This is the first I've heard of a convoy, and to be honest, I'm surprised. The game is Rob's obsession, and I'm here at his request. The idea that anyone else would have an interest in today's drive is a little perplexing. Half an hour later, sated, showered and dressed in the functional clothing Rob has so painstakingly outlined, I take my pack out to the porch. Rob's already there waiting for his associates to show up. I thought you would be conducting a few more errands.
If you ain't prepared by the morning of, you ain't prepared.
Huh. Okay, I guess that's fair. Oh, Rob, is the garage locked? The outside door won't budge, and I wanted to mic up the car.
Yeah, it's locked up. I'll open it up for you.
Thank you.
In fact, it's about time I wheeled her out. Fair warning, Miss Sharma. She's a thing of beauty.
To Rob Cathard, Beauty took the form of a dark green Jeep Wrangler. Rob climbs in and lets it roll out of the garage where it dominates every inch of driveway. The car is large, 4 doors with a roof enclosing the entire compartment. It's also been modified extensively. Yet another example of Rob's dedication to the game.
What are you thinking?
I think you're too Caterpillar tread short of driving a tank.
Tap away for a second. Hold on. There we go.
How dare you? Can't believe you. Why would you do that? Tap away on this important
Well,
reading
like,
of the left-right game?
Yeah, no,
What the
totally
fuck?
not like I wasn't still keeping track of
Wow.
where we were or anything.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I fixed her up good. I put the winch in, the heavy-duty tires, the light rig up top is LEDs. They'll make midnight look like noon, but they don't use hardly any power.
Aren't Jeeps open tops usually?
Not all. This is the unlimited. I like to have a covered car for when I head on the road.
I climb in and stow my pack. Robin moved the back seats to afford more storage space. The place is packed to the brim. Jerry cans of gasoline, barrels of water, rope, snacks, and his own neatly packed set of clothes. I wonder if the rest of our convoy would take the game so seriously.
We got Apollo coming up in 10 minutes. No one else has given me a time. I sent the schedule weeks ago. This always happens.
His name's Apollo?
That's his call sign. Apollo Creed, I think he said.
Why are you using call signs?
Did I not tell you? Oh, yeah, we're going to use call signs on the road. Keep communications clear.
What's your call sign?
Ferryman.
What's my call sign?
I thought about it. I was thinking London. You're from London, right?
I'm from Bristol.
Bristol? Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. There's your name. You don't get something cool. You don't get Apollo Creed. You don't get the Ferryman. Bristol.
Hey, you don't think up your own nickname. You get given the nickname you get.
It's less than 10 minutes before Apollo turns the corner. Rob jumps out of his chair and paces briskly over to the edge of his property, as his first guest pulls up and steps onto the sidewalk. Apollo vaguely resembles his namesake, dark skinned, tall, and noticeably well built. Though it's clear he couldn't be less of a fighter. This Apollo Creed is all smiles and seems to have the penchant for laughing at his own jokes. How far you come? I'm assuming you would
I can do Apollo if you want.
get you a couple of more.
Yeah, just writing that down.
Alright, you gonna be basically pretty boy Apollo.
Wow.
What?
You got it. I've come out of Chicago. Took 3 days hard driving.
And you know Rob from the forums?
Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god.
Oh, I hate Apollo. Oh, I don't know what it is.
King,
Something
man.
about people who just constantly laugh at their own jokes. I can't.
He's gonna be one of those people who like says a joke and then goes, "Get it?" Cause
you know what it is.
my favorite character from that new Poppy Playtime game is Yarnaby. I want to be his friend.
No, let's. God, no. I don't want to think about puppy playtime. All right. Rob walks over to Apollo's car, gesturing him to talk shop. Rob's clearly impressed with Apollo's choice of vehicle, a blue Range Rover packed to the ceiling with kit. I was more impressed with Rob himself. Somehow the 65-year-old farmer's son had become represented in a vast online community. My dad is Rob's age, and he just discovered copy and paste. The rest don't take long to drive. 2 Minnesota librarians, also around Rob's age, pull up to the gray Ford Focus. They're brother and sister. They shared ghost hunting as a hobby their entire lives. I find it hard to suppress a smile when they meekly introduce themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. Okay, wait a minute. We have an old Jeep, a Range Rover, and a Ford Focus. I mean, I guess that that's all they have. That's all they have. But like, a Ford Focus?
I mean, to be fair, These people are going off of vehicles that got them from their A to B. So, I mean,
That's
they weren't thinking about... They're like, yeah, I can rent a car for an indeterminate amount of days for this specific road trip.
To be fair, the way that they have it set up, because it sounds like they've been planning this for a while. I feel like they would have planned to get, like, some sort of SUV or something to be rented out.
To be fair, he literally said that the only person who even properly gave him a heads up on time of arrival was Apollo.
Oh, okay.
Who also had a car that was actually fit for the ride.
That's fair. Okay. I misread that.
So, we'll go with, I'll be Clyde, you be Bonnie?
Yeah, sure.
Because it seems to kind of have a rotation here and there where it's like, one's kind of taking the lead in the conversation and then it rotates between.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a lot more reading to do as AS anyways, so.
That's true.
Also, hi, Hook.
So we don't know what Clyde looks like.
We would have gotten here sooner.
No! I mean, keep doing... Yes, I'm here for... But God damn it. Alright, keep...
We would have gotten here sooner, but we had to drop by to get some blankets. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
Thank you, that having Clyde as fucking Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, God. That's awesome. Okay.
Are you ready to play the left-right game, kids?
I packed some hot dogs.
In case we get hungry on the road. I'm gonna want a hot dog real bad when surrounded by all those trees.
God. A pleasure to meet you, too.
Oh, would you be the journalist?
I can't wait to see Jennifer Coolidge get murdered brutally in this game. I was only assuming that's going to happen.
Oh God, it's eating my insides.
If we're taking any namesake to Bonnie and Clyde, they're going to get brutally murdered. Anyways.
100%, yeah.
Oh, God. That's right.
You used to write for the town paper, didn't you?
Oh, God. He's talking to his sister there, he nods. Clyde is clearly the spokesperson for the pair. Oh, I can tell. Yet they both seem incredibly shy.
What can I say? I'm the flaming ball of charisma.
Oh, God. Yet they both seem incredibly shy. Whether they admire the famous outlaws or just the name, it's pretty clear they couldn't be more different from the real thing. The next to show up are Lilith and Eve, English lit students from New York University and proprietors of the YouTube channel Paranormicon. Unlike Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve have no issue holding the conversation. As soon as they learn who I am and what I be doing for a living, they attempt to conscript me for the expedition to Roswell. Oh, no.
Oh dear. Also, buff werewolf dragon fireman. A man of many jobs, apparently.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the crew. Grab yourself a pint, have a seat, and join the sea of misadventure. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry. The fact that their names are Lilith and Eve.
Lilith and Eve. I would like to see what they look
become
like.
angels soon enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Which ones would you like to be?
Would you like? Yeah, I think you're mostly in charge of names, so. You got the list.
I'll tackle Eve if you tackle Lilith.
All right, sweet. I get to be the hot one.
And you know what's really funny is it's because the way that I've been writing the names down, it's literally staggering. It's like Raina, Tome, Raina, Tome, Raina, Tome, Raina. That's how it's going right down the list.
So I will be Lilith, and then you be Eve. All right. We have a friend here. He's been seeing some...
He's a seismologist.
Yeah, and he's been recording readings over the years. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta read... where's my Valley Girl? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been recording recording readings over the years that show subterranean movement, predictable movement.
We're going to see him in July, but we could work it around if you're free.
I'll check my schedule.
Okay, cool. Let me give you my email.
They quickly...
Hold on, do you have Snap? Let me get you Snap.
Oh, God. Oh, this is 20... This is 7 years ago, so this is 2018. Snap was still a thing. God. God, Snapchat. Oh, rest in peace.
What the hell was that, like, other chat thing that was, like...
Kick?
You only talk to it if it's, like... Was it Kick? Yeah, it was Kick. Okay.
Oh, I remember Kick. God.
What's your Kick?
I'm about to say, the only reason that people used Kick was for like groups or hookups. Let's be honest.
Yes, 100%.
That's all it was.
Whenever I got a DM that was somebody going like, "Hey, do you have a Kick?" I was like, "Oh, you're trying to get in, huh?"
You're trying to fuck. Ugh. They quickly hurry off. Actually, it's funny. I was in a kink group off a Kick. That was a mistake.
Oh, damn!
Oh, it was a
Also,
mistake.
Telegram. I actually still use Telegram because furries can't age out of it.
I've heard of Telegram. Never used it once in my life.
It's
I like
it's a
knowing my
furry group,
friends are at least a
thing.
decade older than me.
Yeah, no, it's straight up. It's because so many furries are like tech peeps in their 30s to 40s. So Telegram still gets used often and is
God.
actually the basis for a lot of furry groups right now.
It's so funny.
Also, their sticker system is really good.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Hi, Celeste.
All right. Let's see. They quickly hurry off to film an intro for the latest video, featuring a quick interview with Rob, who seems pretty welcoming of the attention. The last two cards arrive with a few seconds of each other. A lithe, strong, wild older lady who goes by Blue Jay, and a younger man who goes by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay arrives in a gray Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, arrives in a Porsche. Oh no.
Okay.
All right.
I will be Blue Jay. You can be Ace.
Oh,
That way we can also rotate since Ace is talking to Rob right now.
Yeah, that'll be good. All right, so let me. I should write this down. I just gotta write down the ones that I
can send you a picture of the.
I need to write it
names
down
so
because
far
I
if
have
you
too many
want.
tabs open.
Totally fair.
So
Yeah. So
I,
Rob is me. Or
hold
do you
on.
want to just write down who you're voicing?
I'm just writing down who I'm voicing.
Yeah, fair.
Hold on. I grabbed the wrong Sharpie because the cap's broken on it, so
Oh,
it
no.
just got. There you go. It's right out. It's literally a rock.
Oh
I'm
no.
AS. I am Lilith. And I am Ace.
You're also Bonnie.
I'm Bonnie. That's right. Oh yeah, Bonnie hasn't spoken yet.
Not yet. No.
Yeah, because Bonnie and Clyde
Yeah.
are
So
supposed
you're
to be
AS,
shy.
Bonnie. Yeah. AS, Bonnie, Lilith, and Ace currently, as well as her narration. AS's narration voice.
All right. Yeah, something wrong. It's literally, it's like. Can I hold on? Let me grab. I have like.
Oh, is it one of those things where I feel like it goes across paper? It's scratchy.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just hitting the tip with my crochet needle.
Also, hey, Grimlock. I will say, Deadpool is correct. The entire furry community composes the entire IT community for all the Fortune 500 companies.
I'm squeezing
the world
my
would grind
hand.
to a complete halt if they were removed from this plane of existence.
Squeezing on the tip of it, and no Sharpie is coming off.
Oh no.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
a rock.
that's dead.
It is a rock.
Oh my fucking god, it fucking dead.
Yeah, oh my gosh, she's fucking dead. Miss Keisha.
Miss Keisha.
Miss Keisha. All right. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this.
Yes, before we get derailed like we do whenever we have a meeting.
All right. So I just finished the Porsche Europe with Rob.
Yeah, thank you. I was just confirming that Porsche was the last word that was said.
Yes. Because we had to confirm that he was a douche.
Yes. Did you think that's gonna help on the road? I didn't write that.
It's my car. What am I meant to do? It's my car.
You didn't read my itinerary. You got nothing packed in there.
I did read it, sir. Okay. Calm down. Hold on. No, this isn't gonna right. I did read it, sir. Okay. Calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask you for anything.
Well, I know that's true.
Ace and Rob were off to a bad start. Ace takes a phone call, and despite my best efforts to get an interview with Blue Jay, she doesn't seem interested in talking to a journalist. Alright. Let's scroll down again. Also, can I say it's so nice to have a mouse that I can scroll down that doesn't scroll up when it wants to? It's
Oh,
so
is that what
great.
your old one
That
was
was what
doing?
the old one was doing. Like, if you watch my videos,
no.
like, if you watch the stream where I'm trying to zoom in on a model, it just goes, we're just gonna zoom out the entire way, and I'm like, okay.
Oh no.
All right, let me get a little sippy sips.
Sippy sippies. Actually, I'm gonna take an opportunity for some sippy as well.
All right, so we have how many? We have a lot of people, right? So we have yes, Rob.
Right now we have
Lilith.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 Jesus Christ. That is so much. Okay.
Look, let's just be thankful it wasn't a 10-car convoy.
God, that's true. I'm really surprised that he was able to get 7 other
Ooh,
people.
Discord's eating you. 1 sec.
Ooh. Discord, no.
Sorry. It went when you were like, I'm really surprised, and then I missed the next bit. What was that?
Yeah, I'm really surprised Rob was able to convince 7 people to go on this 3-day convoy in the same area.
I'm not. Well, no, here's the thing. I think some of them are like possibly adjacent areas, but there's also people who are like straight up. It's the same thing of like, well, I've got nothing better to do, and
That's
it's only going to take
true.
a couple days. So
That is true.
it's like for some people, it's an excuse to see an area they've never seen before, to be a part of something bigger, all that good stuff.
That is very true. No, I can see that.
Yeah.
Convoy. I don't remember the last time I was on a convoy.
Convoy.
No, I remember the last time I was on a convoy. My friends are Jeeple, from my hometown.
Ah.
Yeah. If you've ever seen a Jeeple convoy, holy shit. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I like unintentional convoys where like you just end up with the same 2 or 3 people like on the same road trip for a while, and you don't know this person.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is not an intentional thing, but you found each other, so it's like okay.
Yeah.
We end up doing like especially when it's night driving, we try to do convoys with trucks with like side lightings because it helps keep us safe.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it was like 30 Jeeps. It was so many.
Oh my god.
It was so many.
That is so
And we
many.
would
That
go
is a
stop.
disgusting amount of
It was
Jeeps.
a disgusting amount of Jeeps. I hate Jeeps. I like working on Jeeps. Jeeps are great to work on, except for like one specific one. But no, I hate
Oh.
Jeeple. I love Jeeps. I hate Jeeple because Jeeple will decide to, oh, you know what? My car's not perfect. I'm gonna put wires fucking everywhere. Attached to shit it shouldn't be attached to. I'm gonna make it absolute hell
Oh.
trying to get a battery out of a Jeep. And it pains me because my mom has a Jeep
So are
now,
these
and
people that
she's-
are like
I'm going, she upgrades.
They-
And you're like,
they gotta modify the shit out of my thing because I
oh,
can?
it's so much. And it's like, you don't need that many lights, and you shouldn't have that many cables attached to your battery. I despise Jeeple. And my mom is slowly turning into one. I don't think she decals it a lot, and she has a bunch of rubber ducks on her dashboard. It's kind of cute. Won't lie. I don't know where that started from.
Aw.
She's never been into rubber ducks, and now it's just rubber ducks everywhere. I'll have to send you a picture of it. It's really cute. But
Please,
she
I
hasn't
would love to
modified.
see
She
that,
hasn't
actually.
modified her car yet. Also, I noticed we're both in ad time. Do we want to take a quick break?
I was about to say our ad break actually synced up
yeah, synced
perfectly
up.
there. So yeah.
Yeah, let's take a quick break. I need to go pee, and I'm gonna go grab like a quick snack.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna take out my headphones.
Okay. Bye.
Here.
Oh no. Oh god. Be safe. Hello everyone. For those of you who are not experiencing the ad break, thank you so much for mutually supporting either myself or Tome so that you can avoid the thing that is the ad hellscape. We do also appreciate anybody that does stick around for those ads because it means that we get a little bit of that revenue kickback and all that good stuff. But more than anything, we just appreciate y'all. You're very, very lovely. And by supporting us, you help us keeping doing the things that we like to do. And also, being able to support us means that we are able to support our mutual friends. For example, most of the money that goes towards supporting me here on Twitch actually just goes back to my artists. So between going and paying towards rigging stuff from Tome, art from Pudding, art from Key, art from Kojuin, who's doing my lore art video, all that stuff. Every little bit of support is money that gets fed back into stream or towards taking care of us. So all that wonderful jazz means that we appreciate the fuck out of you. And if you wish to keep supporting us in different ways, we greatly appreciate it. Especially our lovely Tome. Tome is a fantastic person, a wonderful rigger, and just a damn delight. So please, support Tome. If you're not following Tome already, please go give them some love. Tome is delightful and very funny. And also just in general, fantastic to work with. So if you're looking to get a model rigged in the near future, please go talk to Tome. Go bug Tome for your rigging. Good prices, good quality. I wouldn't vouch for something I wouldn't personally stand by. And the fact is, Tome's just getting better as time goes on. We're going to be doing some new stuff with the new model when it comes to that point, and I'm very excited because I know that Tome is more than capable to do the amazing things that we have planned. So, if you want to keep seeing amazing work get done, if you want to keep supporting it, please talk to Tome. Get that reference and all that good stuff. If you're getting art done from somebody else, please talk to Tome about potentially getting it rigged.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I
welcome
just
back.
grabbed a whole ass sleeve of saltine crackers.
You know what? That's valid.
Normally we don't eat upstairs
Also,
as a
hell
rule,
yeah,
but I was like, you know what? We're gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna grab.
Yeah, I have yogurt in my mini fridge.
Crackle ASMR.
Cracker ASMR. Also, Key, that would be amazing. I would love to be model siblings with you.
Yeah, I don't know how my schedule would work with that, because it's a lot that I have to work right now.
Don't forget, Key would also need to get the art done by Putty, and that alone is going to be like its own time thing. So it probably wouldn't be till like a
That's
while.
like a next year thing.
Putty art is pretty awesome. Dante, you always look so pretty when Putty draws you.
Crackers.
You picked like one of the best worst noise choice snacks for stream audio stuff.
Well, it's saltine crackers, and they're not hard.
Okay.
But they will dry out my mouth. Which is why we have water. But I also fucking love saltine crackers.
Fair.
Alright. Where were we?
Not interested in talking to a journalist.
Okay, yep.
We got to with 5 cars, and you were like, Christ, 5-car convoy.
That's right. Alright, let me get a drink. I swish it to get all the crumbs out of my mouth. Alright.
Good call. Good call.
And...
Mama made me murder the mice. Murder the most mice.
How now, Bronco? How now, Bronco? How now, Bronco? How now? Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right.
Peter Pepper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Pepper picked a peck of pickled
I
peppers.
could
How many
not
pickled
do
peppers did
that.
Peter Pepper
I
pick?
would die. I would just straight up die if I tried doing that.
I've known that fucking that tongue twister since I was like 7, so that's why I can do it so fast.
Yeah, I can't. I would die. All right. With 5 cars and 7 travelers waiting for a green light, Rob handed out radios and charging packs. Wait, no, wait, is there? I thought there was 9 people.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, yeah, 9, but not including him and Alice.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Waiting for the green. Okay, so they already have the Rob. Okay, I'm just stupid. All right.
It's okay, Alicia Putty.
Rob hands out radios and charging packs, then launches into a quick safety breathing. Wear seatbelts, stay in position, communicate clearly and often. It's at this moment I start to feel a little dismay. I like Rob, and clearly so does everyone else. He's convinced all of them to drive across the country to join in with this game. I start to worry that what will happen in the likely event that the whole thing isn't real. Would Rob lose the respect of his peers? Would he accept failure when it comes? After seeing the effort he's put into these runs, the next few hours have the potential to be wildly uncomfortable. I just realized, hold on. So they're going to cross country as far as they can go for 3 days.
Yeah.
That means they have to drive back.
Yep. But here's the thing. When you go to drive back, I can't remember, but I don't think they have to drive back the same way.
No.
They can take a shortcut back to wherever it is that they're going.
I mean, I'm assuming rules of the game is because it said they have to take a 3-day drive, right? I got crack on my mouth. Blah, blah, blah. And once the 3 days is up, the game is over, so they can drive back. So I don't think they gotta worry about it.
True. It could be just like, they literally said it's a road trip, though. Some of these people drove, like, to specifically go, like, to this trip to do this thing.
Yeah.
So, like, having to drive 3 days back probably nothing in comparison to the drive that they took to even get in there in the first place.
Yeah.
Also, Matt, this is Tome. They are the lovely, sweet, non-binary moth bestie that is wonderful and a fantastic rigger and very
little
funny,
guy.
and please
Hi.
go follow them. Look. Just this little guy. But
Hey,
yeah,
little
no,
guy.
please, go follow Tome. Jesus, your hat's like... See, I can't do that with my outfit toggles because there's too much of a chance that something's gonna go awry.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to get you banned.
Yeah. Speaking of, I never did talk to Putty about getting an alternate outfit for my chibi.
So
I still just have the Christmas outfit.
I'm gonna let you know. There might have been one, and I completely forgot about it.
Tom!
I might have completely forgot about it because I remember asking her, and I just haven't had the time to do it. And we were gonna do it as a gift, and I just haven't had the time. There is something for you. There is something for you, and you just gotta do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there is something. I just haven't been able to do
I
it.
love you.
I've been so busy with Min's model, I couldn't work on it.
Thank you.
Which is what I'm
No,
doing
it's
after this stream.
No, that's just so fucking funny. I'm just like, yeah, that's right. I never did end up getting the non-Christmas outfit, huh? I should
Yeah,
probably
but
talk
I'm
to
over
Putty
here, like-
about that and only to be like,
Don't over here. Well, outfit!
fuck. Oh, that's funny. Also, hi, Sketchy.
Yeah, you know.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
Oh my god. You never changed, Tome.
Oh my god. Alright. Alright, let's get back.
Also, Matt, I don't understand why you use my full username every time. I feel like I'm talking to a parent.
How are you today, Raina the Mouse?
Because I don't call you Matthew Murphy Martin M.
You just say Raina.
Please just call me Raina or Captain.
Or just call me Tone, please. Don't use my underscore. Jesus Christ. I can see your message. Oh.
Hidden underscore Tomtholomew. What have you done?
Ah! Oh my god.
Oh,
Alright,
fuck.
alright. We're getting back here. We're getting off
All right,
track.
back on track.
With a smile and a few encouraging words, Rob sends his Rob ends his briefing and
Rab.
beckons me over to the Wrangler. I clamber inside and make myself as comfortable as possible. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna just pop it real quick. So she works at a radio station,
Also,
right?
we got a stretchy break, so if you haven't had a
Oh,
chance
yeah,
to do that
stretchy.
yet, so you should.
I'll do that right now. So she works at a radio station, right? That's what the context for her is?
She works like I think it's like
Or
it's
she's like
either she was radio station or she was a journalist.
she
essentially.
is a journalist, but I
'Cause,
think she
like-
works at a radio station for stuff.
Yeah,
for-
because Rob like specifically called into her station
That's right,
with
yeah.
his story.
So oh my god. So I guess she's an investigative journalist, but how is she not bring anybody with her? You would think she'd bring one person with her to go on a 3-day convoy, because they didn't know it was going to be a convoy. They thought it was just them, just Rob. I'm sorry. I would.
Well,
if I heard
yeah.
my coworker was doing that, I'd be like, no, I'm coming with you. That's not safe.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like the concept was that they already had given her permission to be alone in a car with this guy for 3 days for this trip. Adding extra people, not going to be much more dangerous than that concept on its own. Really.
No, I understand that, but I still think it's like it's far safer, at least to have somebody there with you. Okay,
that's
so let's
true.
say Rob does try to do something, you have somebody there.
My only thought is
It's a
that
buddy
like
system.
Rob, because if you notice that each of the cars only has a maximum of 2 people in it, so
Well-
it would have meant another car for the convoy, which meant that she would have either had to be A, in the car with the other reporter, or B, in the car
Well-
with Rob regardless, and not able to have somebody else in the car with her.
Well, this is like originally they didn't have context this was going to be a convoy. They didn't even know.
No, but that's what I'm saying is like,
Yeah.
but even still, like, they've got kind of the mentality that this ride, the way that it's happening, is she's going to be in a car with this guy
Yes.
that he doesn't want to bring too many people in one car, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's
And explained explicitly what was needed, right?
okay. That's
So
fair.
either way, she's either going to have to be in the car with the guy that's potentially dangerous to begin with, alone, or they're in separate cars, which defeats the point of the whole project, anyways.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's either way. This is stupid as fuck.
Yeah, it's
But
just entirely
for the
stupid.
sake of
I don't-
journalism.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's just,
Yeah.
or like have the other person bring their own car or something like that.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, the understanding was she was going to be in the car with Rob while he tried to do this because she could ask him questions and experience it firsthand from his
Yeah,
perspective.
That's fair. Because my idea is like, okay, so even if they had separate cars, at least, again, there's still somebody there. But it's whatever. It's whatever.
Exactly.
It's whatever. All right, let's get back to
Yeah.
it.
And actually, the convoy itself probably adds to a safety thing because they're doing regular radio check-ins.
Yeah, now it is, but like we have the context now. They didn't have that at first.
Yeah.
But all right,
Yeah. You ready for this, Bristol?
I'm ready.
Okay, then. Let's hit the road.
The Wrangler pulls out of the driveway, and the convoy follows in order of arrival. Apollo, Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve, Blue Jay and Ace keep a steady pace behind us as we come up the first corner. Rob slowly and deliberately turns left, checking on the others in his rearview mirror. He looks back to the road as Ace's Porsche completes the first turn of the game. Shortly afterwards, Apollo checks in on the CB radio.
This is Apollo for ferrymen. How many to more go, Rob? Ha ha ha.
I hate him.
As many as it takes.
I could tell Rob wanted to reserve the radio for something other than Apollo's quips, but he seems to like Apollo enough to let it slide. I'm not sure Ace would have received the same treatment. We take the next right, then another left. Now safely assured that everyone's following correctly, Rob speaks my thoughts aloud.
You're wondering the same thing Apollo is.
What do you mean?
You're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit some wall or something. Before you find out, this is all just a story.
Does that disappoint you?
I'd be disappointed if you weren't thinking something like it. But now we're on the road, I gotta say something and you gotta listen to it.
Oh, okay.
We're coming up to a tunnel soon. Anytime before we reach it, you can get out, walk in any direction you like, and you won't be in the game no more. Once we go through, you gotta retrace the route we took to get yourself back out of the tunnel. That's when you're home. And you gotta convince someone to take you back in a car, because I ain't ferrying you back 20 minutes in. You got till the tunnel to skip out on this. Understand?
I understand. Though, I have to say I'm getting a little nervous.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a little nervous.
We've taken 23 turns by this point. Already, I feel like we're traversing the city pretty effectively. Rob's heavily modified Wrangler solicits a few impressed glances from passerbys, as well as several honks of respect from other Jeep drivers. Blech. Other than those few moments, everything seems completely indistinguishable from a regular morning drive. I even start to worry that if there will be anything at all for the story. Reporter takes drive with interesting man isn't exactly Pulitzer worthy. Turn 33 leads us onto a short, unassuming street. A row of small businesses at a quiet Phoenician neighborhood. Liquor, secondhand clothing, tools, and at the end of the street, a little shop selling antique mirrors. 10 or so people shuffle along the sidewalk, smiling, talking, planning their weekends. The only lone person is a young woman in a gray coat. Oh, hold on. Hey, waiter.
Also, hi, Jafiki.
I briefly glimpsed at her at the end of the street, standing on her next corner, the back of her coat reflected in 50 old mirrors. Even from a distance, I could see that she's sullen, wide-eyed, and nervous. She shifts constantly on her feet, tugging at the button of her coat. I look away to write some notes as we roll down the street. When I look up again, the woman is standing by my window, staring at me. She's smiling, a wide, unfaltering grin that seems almost offensive in its complete insincerity.
I'll take Grey Woman.
Okay.
Lambs at the gate, hoping for something better than clover when all they find are things worse than slaughter.
Rob, what's happening?
Ignore her.
He wanted to leave me, so I cut him out. The lake was hungry, it drank the wound clean.
Oh my god, it's his fourth wife. Miss, are you alright?
Give me back my dog!
Miss, are you alright? Oh, sorry. The smile vanishes. It snaps from her face, and suddenly the woman is furious.
What do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad?
I reflexively press myself back into my chair as the woman, wide-eyed and gaunt, slams her fist against my window, with every intent of breaking through.
Would you dance down the lion's tongue? It will shred you, you whore! It will shred you down to your sins, you fucking bastard!
Ma'am, calm the fuck down. Good God. Rob puts his foot down, and the Wrangler rolls defiantly away from the woman. As we turn the corner, I watch as she retches, her every movement cradled in abject hysteria. She yells despairingly at the rest of the convoy, bursting into tears when the last car passes by. As she shrinks into the rearview mirror, I see her turn to a large mirror in the side of the shop, which the owner is in the process of polishing. I watch as she walks up to it, and with a convulsive scream, slams her head into the glass. The mirror cracks around her forehead. The owner jumps back in shock, and as the woman pulls her head from the mirror's surface, the fractured spider's web is dripping red. It all happens in a split second, and she quickly swerves from my view as we take the next left. Rob, what was that?
She's there sometimes.
On the street?
On the 34th turn.
Who is she?
I don't know. She's never acted out that much, though. Must be a special trip.
That's fun. So clearly we now have our first case of paranormal shit. Which also makes me, if I need to scroll up, because
Yeah.
I think I'm missing
A
comments. Did they
consistency.
stop for a moment at the 34th?
Yeah, they were at a light. They were waiting for the light to
okay,
turn so
okay.
that they could take the turn. That's why she was able to get up to the car.
23, briefly grants the mirror. Okay, yeah, okay. That's a bit
Yeah.
weird. Alright. I find Rob's lack of concern a little unpleasant, and his implication that this woman's ravings were a symptom of an internet
Internet.
If
You got it right.
If I just read the second word, you'll get the context, Tome. We're a symptom of an internet game leaves me more than a little perpetuated. Fuck you, Saribot.
Perturbed?
Sorry, perturbed. Sorry, perturbed. Sorry. I looked over and I saw Saribot nuked a bot.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe he's, wait. As I see it, there are a few explanations for what just happened, and none of them led to a comforting conclusion. If we just encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he's bought into the game's story so much that every strange but unexplainable occurrence would be rationalized at the next step of his favorite paranormal narrative. Alternatively, the woman could have been an actor. A more elaborate theory, sure, but not unheard of. People have lied to the show before, and Rob was receiving a ton. Oh, that's right, they're British. A ton of publicity for this attempt from Lilith, Eve, and I. I admit, Rob doesn't seem like a liar, but good liars never do. There is the third alternative, however. An alternative which, if we put logic aside, explains all the troubling little details that I couldn't help but notice. Because as strange as the Grey Woman was, it's stranger that no one on the street would react. I couldn't recall a single glance in her direction by anybody on the sidewalk. Perhaps the theory falls apart when you consider the shock on the mirror's silver's face, but when I think about it, he only reacted once the mirror shattered, and even then, I feel like his attention was on the mirror itself. The radio crackles. Lilith to Bristol, Sarah, Eve got on the camera, Eve got on the, fuck! Eve caught that on
Hold
camera.
on, what was my line?
Yeah, what line? Rob, line? What was it again? Oh, wait, I was supposed to say that. I'm sorry. Lilith to Bristol. Sarah, Eve got that on camera. Did you have audio? I think I picked her up. My god, that was so weird. Can you send us the file when we stop? Can you ask the ferryman when we're stopping? When's our stopping point?
For them, in about 30 minutes. For you, well, you tell me.
That's right. Also, I just realized, so Rob's done this before. Multiple times.
Yeah.
To the point that he knows at turn 34 that she does it. Which makes me wonder, how many other people has Rob taken on this game?
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird, because everybody here, this sounds like it's their first time doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, the question is, like,
What happened to
has
everybody
he ever
else?
done it with... Well, here's the thing. Does he have the list because he's done trip too many times on his own and had to turn back because he ran out of supplies?
Yeah.
Or is he, like, is this his first proper convoy with other people?
Yeah.
And that's why he's, like, being so strict about everything. Also, the Reaper Dread, thank you so much for the follow. Grab a pint, have a seat, and join the Sea of Misadventure. We're getting spooky today.
So, yeah, there is the chance he's just done this so many times by himself, but I feel like, given just the amount of times that he knows it's on turn 34, I feel like he hasn't done this by himself. This is not the first time.
Well, here's the thing. You wouldn't assume 34 turns was, like... You'd think 34 turns is more than it actually is. Especially if, like, you're just going at literally every turn option that there is. You'd hit 34 more times than you'd expect.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. But it's that he knows that it's at 34. That's what I mean. He's aware every
Well, I mean, his whole job is to learn about this game, right?
Which is true. But it's, like, very odd that he's, like... I mean, it might just be the case he's done this multiple times, and if anything actually does happen horribly, he hasn't done it with anybody, so he wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be the first time he's actually getting a convoy going.
Exactly.
Because I feel like a rational person, if something bad happened with other people, then he wouldn't be doing
He wouldn't
this.
do it again.
He wouldn't do it again. Then again, also, he also
Exactly.
was in Nam, has gone through 3 divorces and is estranged
Yeah,
on
he's
his
been through a
4th.
lot.
I don't think he would give a shit if something happened to people. For the most part.
Well, no. If he didn't give a shit what happened to people, then
Or
he wouldn't
he
be
might
as
just be
diligent as he
obsessed.
is about his safety precautions.
He might be
I was about to say,
obsessed.
I think he's just a bit obsessed, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's lack of care. I think
Well,
it's a lack of...
But
I think it's
also,
more of a
he did give...
lack of empathy, but a surplus of need
He
to
did
do
give
this.
the warning, though, about the tunnel thing. It seemed very odd about it, that you have to go back the same route and all that stuff once we hit the
Well, if you
freeze.
pass the tunnel, yeah.
Yeah, if we
Once you pass the tunnel. Because
So,
after that, you can just leave the... before the tunnel, you can just leave the game whenever. If it's after the tunnel, you are stuck in it until you go back.
Which
past,
makes me
I think.
wonder... Makes me wonder if he has done it with somebody, and somebody didn't follow the path back to the tunnel.
Yeah, or my other thought, what if he got lost at one point, which is why he's being so diligent.
That's true. We'll see. We'll see. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Rob turns off a busy street just before a large intersection, onto a much quieter stretch of a 2-lane road. Ahead of us, the road slopes downward, leading to an underpass, which disappears into darkness. We arrived at the tunnel. What is this supposed to pass under?
Ain't supposed to pass under anything. It's just there.
And if we weren't playing the game?
Then it won't show. Question is, are you playing the game or not?
Rob turns to me. It's the first time he's taken his eyes off the road since we started. He pulls the car to a slow start at the mouth of the tunnel.
You get out now, you can go wherever you want to go. But through there, you'll need a car to get yourself home, and like I said, mine ain't turning around for a long while. You understand?
It's a drastic statement, but unsettlingly, it doesn't feel like he's attempting to dramatize. It feels like I'm having something genuinely asked of me. Am I ready for what's to come? Do I accept these risks involved? Do I consent to be taken down this road, and the next road, and the next, and the next road, and the next road, and the next road,
And the next road, and the next road.
and the next road after that? Am I prepared to see this game through, real or otherwise, to the end? What are you waiting for? Oh, sorry. Rob smiles and turns back to the road. He picks up the CB radio, holds down the button on the side. The microphone crackles.
This is Ferryman to all cars. Anyone want to step out and then pull on the side? If anyone wants to step out, then pull to the side now. Otherwise, stay in formation and have some supplies at hand. We got a long ways to go.
Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Gothard seems to change direction frequently. I'd heard all about his life, but I'm sure that I know him. I like this guy, but I'm not certain that I trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not sure I'll like where it might lead us. Yet as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and then reappearing under the dim sodium lights. I can tell that he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story, and this time, for better or for worse, I'm along for the ride.
End of part 1.
End of part 1. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up part 2 right now. No, I like this. At first, the writing, the writing in the introduction, into the introductory was really nice, and I won't lie, the beginning parts were a little bit hard to read. But I think, I feel it was a little flowery at the start, but now as we go through, it's, like, once we have, like, dialogue going through, it's made it a lot more, like, together. No, so far it's...
I have to take a tab away for part 3 just to double check something.
Oh, yeah, because it had the NSFW thing.
Yeah, I forgot about that, and I was like, alright, hold on. Alright. So, part 2. I will do the intro bit, and then you will take over.
Nope. Oh,
also, enjoy your lurk, Toasty.
Get some drink and eat while you read. Oh no, my game is splashed into my eye. Ah!
Oh no, tragedy. Ah! See, Rogue wouldn't hurt you this way. Bye, Rogue Energy. Hi, everyone. I got the day off work, and I wanted to start it by posting up the next log. I also want to thank you all for your responses so far. A few people have linked me to sites that Robert J. Guthard may have operated on. Someone even offered to look for the mirror shop in Phoenix and try to retrace the route to Rob's neighborhood. I'm going to spend the day making a few international calls and sending emails out, but if you guys have any other ideas of how I could pursue this, I'd really appreciate them. In all honesty, I'm going to need all the help I can get. This whole ordeal has proven pretty categorically that I am no Alice Sharma. Speaking of which, I'm going to let her take it from here. Thanks again.
Yeah. I think one thing I noticed, especially just r/NoSleep. Sorry, I can feel the salty crackers inside of my mouth. Bah.
It's okay.
So I know it's like you just must stay in character in r/NoSleep. I wonder, because I don't know how the community is built for r/NoSleep. But I feel like it would be very cool if, like, they take comments and add to the stories and all that.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that would be a very fun thing if they do that. All right.
Yeah, they do. It's like people, when they interacted with it, when the story was getting posted live, people were, like, influencing the story as it was happening because of like interacting with stuff like that and in helping him try to find his friends kind of thing.
I like that.
I really like when people do that.
That's very good. I like the collaborative storytelling. If this is a case of collaborative storytelling, or like indirectly collaborative, I don't know. All right, let me sit up.
Yeah.
I'm also going to do a quick stretchy.
Okay.
I also have my little ad break going on right now, so now it's a good moment to like just get your movements in.
Sure. I'm actually going to take a quick second then to go to the bathroom.
Yes, go piss queen. Go piss girl.
I still have my headphones on, so I'll be able to hear you.
Oh,
So,
wonderful.
You can keep reading even if I'm gone, but I will be right back.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Yeah, how y'all doing? I'll start it in just a second. Oh, I hit 0. I shouldn't have done that. I suppose, why am I in my Christmas onesie? Oops. Alright. Oh, excuse me. But I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for joining us for this fun little trip. It means a lot. I'm very happy to be doing this, and I hope we could do this as a regular thing, because I know Ray and I used to do, like, I think we used to do, like, the SCP stuff way back, and I would like to do that again. Because that might be a thing. Some of the stories we might do SCPs here and there, because I know those are very popular, and I like them. But yeah, no, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Thank you for being with us, and much appreciated. All right. The Left-Right Game Draft 1. It's day month, so February 8th, 2017. The next turn comes immediately after the tunnel. We've been in the dimly lit passage for almost 2 minutes, but at the pace Rob likes to travel, it's hard to figure out how far we've actually gone. When we descended into the underpass, we were just nearing the outskirts of Phoenix. Scrutinizing the rear view mirror as we leave, it's fair to say that we aren't that much further out. Everything else, the temperature, the time of day, the weather, all seems like it's been before we ventured into the tunnel. I'm not sure what I was expecting, of course, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're anywhere new. The tunnel itself had been similarly underwhelming, especially considering the importance Rob seemed to place on it. In fact, the only thing of true interest since we passed through was something Rob said once we hit the halfway mark. As the tunnel mouth loomed towards us, Rob picked up the CB radio transceiver and issued a casual warning to the convoy. The message itself was straightforward. His choice of words, however, was curious. I decided to ask him about it. Rob, just a second ago, when you told us the next term was coming up, why did you use the word trap? I have it in my notes. You said, folks, we're coming at the end soon. First little trap's coming up. Our next turn is sharp left as we leave. Look out for it. Is there a reason why you used the word trap?
Just one of those things. Fellow who wrote all the original logs, he liked to think the road would try and trick you into making the wrong turn. Small roads off large highways, roads obscured from view, sharp turns like this one.
Also, hi, Rick Seeger. Thank you so much for the follow. Grab yourself a pint, have a seat, and join the Seamus adventure.
He thought the road was trying to deceive him?
Yeah, pretty much. I gotta say, I agree with the guy.
By this point, we've taken the offending corner and the next right a little further on. I can't help but feel that Rob is reading a great deal into what is, essentially, an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far as to ascribe some mischievous quality to the asphalt itself, is hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real, and more about whether I'd be able to convince him that it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where a magic roadway goes after a few zigzag turns, and more about where the human mind could go if it invests too heavily in an idea. To his credit, Rob has noted my cynicism. He even seems welcome to it. But if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, then he's going to find me more cynical than anticipated. Rob keeps his hand on the wheel and his eyes on the road. Any attempt to interview receives a pleasant but curt response. He's not being evasive, his attention is just elsewhere. Before I know it, half an hour has gone without Rob speaking a word. It seems like a large part of the left-right game involves driving in complete silence. Once again, I'm not sure what I expected, but it's certainly not been an earth-shattering start. At least it gives me the time to type my notes.
Ferryman's all cars. We stop here.
An uneventful hour and a half passes since we left the tunnel. I didn't notice where I'd pick up the receiver, but before I know it, the Wranglers pulled off to the side of the road, leaving a large space behind us for the rest of the convoy to park up. The buildings are getting few and far in between now. It won't be long until we were in the desert proper. With this in mind, I assume Rob is simply stopping to let everyone drink up. I probably shouldn't assume when it comes to Robert Cathard. Though this is definitely a rest stop. Rob has also had some important words for the crew. He gathers around a rough semicircle, talking while we eat our provisions.
Now, I mentioned in the emails that at certain points on this trip, you'd need to do some things just because I say so. This is one of those times. Y'all understand?
Yeah, I guess. We get to know what it is, right?
This is what he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?
Yeah, I'd rather know what's going on.
And I don't intend to keep anything from you. I just want to be clear that across this next stretch, you need to follow my orders to the letter.
Yeah, we get it. Just tell us already. Perhaps it takes a few moments, perhaps to lend gravity to his point. Perhaps to swallow some barbed words intended for the increasingly impatient Ace. When he does speak, it is in a measured and serious tone. He's clearly adamant that we take his words on board.
For about half an hour, the next 13 turns, we'll be going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first, and then I'll radio the next car to follow. When you reach the Jeep, you park up behind me. Then we keep going as normal now.
Rob takes a deep breath in. When he starts up again, his speech is even more pointed than before.
There's a hitchhiker on the road. a well-dressed man with a case. You pick him up, you take him where he needs to go. You do not, under any circumstances, talk to the man. To be safe, don't look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You don't acknowledge him in any way. You want my advice? Don't say a word till you get to the stopping point.
Why do we have to go one by one?
The guy who wrote all the logs says he don't like choosing cars. I don't know what that means, but I'm lucky I never had to find out.
Why don't we just not pick him up?
That isn't an option.
Well, I mean, yes it is. I don't see why we...
God damn it, you'll pick him up whether you want to or not.
The group is silent. This is the first time Rob's raised his voice. In an ensuing stillness, Ace looks like he'd be more than happy to turn his car around and retrace the route back to Phoenix, leaving Rob in the dust with a few choice words. I can sympathize with him a little. Rob's been treating him as an annoyance, a tag-along who didn't do the homework. But at the end of the day, Ace is doing nothing to fix things. Also, Rob is essentially right. He didn't do the homework. Oh, I'm Bonnie. That's right. All right.
Mhm.
So before we continue, so if I read this right, they stop. They stay there. Everybody stays there. Robin, and Alice have to go for the next 13 turns, and then they stop where they are after that, and then the next then Apollo, then so on and so forth. And I'm assuming during that 30 minutes of 13 turns is when the hitchhiker shows up. Per person.
Yes. Yeah, so essentially, they're going to take each turn as they come for individually, the next 13 turns. And then when they keep going on like normal, there's going to be a hitchhiker on the road and that they have to pick him up.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So it's like turn 1, everybody goes one at a time. And then they have to go turn 2, everybody goes...
Turn
not,
2...
Not like 13 turns is one person, and then the next person to do the 13 turns, and the next person to do 13 turns.
No, it's they
Okay.
each take each turn individually. They don't go through all 13 turns alone. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, okay, I suppose we should get back to the road then, if everyone's ready. Deciding is nothing more to say to us, Rob marches over to the Wrangler. Bonnie, Clyde, Apollo, and Eve sit on the floor sharing snacks. Ace loses himself at his phone, and Blue Jay, still maintaining a noticeable distance from the group, takes her car with a copy of U.S. Weekly. Bristol, can we talk? I turn around and see Lilith, holding a cell phone with the screen facing me. Yeah, sure, what's up? Have you tried to make any calls since we came through the tunnel? No, not yet, why? Could you try? I pull out my own cell and dial in the office. The line's busy, which isn't extremely uncommon. Lilith watches intently, waiting for my reaction. It's not getting through. They were busy? Yeah, why? Everyone is. We have signal. We can make calls, but everyone's on the other end is busy. Do you think it could just be a coincidence? I mean, everyone, Bristol. Well, Eve's been driving. I've been calling my camera's automated support line 911. You dial 911 for science, yeah. All of them are busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who's the serious thing for me, and trust me, he's not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we've crossed a threshold and the world's suddenly doing something else, you know? In all honesty.
Oof, brutal.
Yeah, I got this one guy. He pays me $50 every week.
I make him get me groceries.
He's
never busy.
He's never busy. Come on. In all honesty, I'm not sure what to do. I don't want to say it, but it seems like a massive stretch. Luckily, Rob saves me from commenting when he calls me over to the car, clearly eager to get back on the road. I tell Lilith we'll look into her discovery on the other side, and she nods in agreement, retreating to her friend and immediately stealing a handful of apple slices. I climb into the Wrangler and wave goodbye to the convoy. We slowly roll back onto the road, and set off on our way. Watching the rest of the group disappear into the background, I feel noticeably more isolated despite Rob's presence, or perhaps because of it. I'm not actually sure. Exactly sure. The hitchhiker shows up about 10 turns later. Just like Rob said, the man is incredibly well dressed in a well-fitting brown suit with a dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes were expertly shined, as the varnished wooden case resting on the floor beside him. He stands at the side of the road and raises his hand gingerly, wearing a look of hopeful anticipation. Who is he?
The hitchhiker.
Is that really all you're gonna say?
That's all I can say. You understand the rules here?
Don't talk to him.
I'd say don't talk at all. Not until we stop. When we're safe, when we stop, we're safe.
Rob veers slowly to the other side of the road. The hitchhiker smiles appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks. Picking up a case, he strolls over to the Wrangler while unbuttoning his blazer. See you on the other side. The back door opens, and the hitchhiker pulls himself onto the storage area. Finding no seating, he settles himself cheerfully on some of the softer luggage just behind me. Alright. Do you want to do hitchhiker?
Not much way of seating back here, huh? You have to do so much reading, so I'll
That's
I'll
true.
take any of the incidental characters that show up. Not much in the way of seating back here, huh?
Okay. I have to admit, I do feel a subtle urge to respond. Even after the stern warnings I've received, to ignore the man seems almost instinctively rude. I was raised British after all.
So, where are you all from? I'm traveling in from Oakwell.
I glance at him in the rearview mirror. He meets my gaze with smiles. I flick my attention back to the road, counting the white lines. The stranger persists on trying to start a conversation. 10 minutes go by. The silence grows palpable, broken intermittently by yet another cheerful attempt at conversation. Topics include what nice weather we're having, our professions, our hobbies. In response, I busy myself with pointless but occupying tasks. I find myself playing games in my head, thinking of common phrases and making them into clunky and anagrams. It seems to work, and after a short while, I start to habituate to the man's small talk. Almost didn't notice that he's there. Maybe that's what allows him to catch me out.
You're just a fucking disappointment, aren't you?
The statement comes out of the blue. It's sharp, venomous, completely divorced from the idle questioning I've been tuning out. I'm daydreaming when I hear it, and before I can register what I'm doing, I'm turning to face him, my lips already parting as they go, a perplexing thought reflexively vocalized. What? I almost say it aloud. The word is on the edge of my tongue, a single note of my vocal cords. We're all but ready to play. Only the sudden vice-like grip of Rob's hand on my forearm anchors me in the moment. I stare at the hitchhiker, my mouth still open. He's different now. All the warmth and all the pleasantry, it's drained from his face like running makeup. His smile is malevolent, calculating, and finally, it feels honest.
You want to know things? I can tell you.
Rob keeps his eyes focused on the road, but his grip on my arm tightens.
I can tell you everything you want to know. Even the things you never knew about yourself. Even the thoughts you didn't know you were thinking. Those little critters all the way at the back.
We stare at each other for a moment longer, before I turn round and back to the road. I don't count the white lines anymore. I'm focused intently on anything our passenger has to say. For the next 10 minutes, ignoring him is going to have my full attention. He only tries a few more times, reverting back into more innocent questioning. Nothing takes. 5 minutes later, he indicates it to a seemingly random point at the side of the road, and Rob drops him off. The man thanks us, climbs neatly out, and puts down his case and waves to depart. When we disappear around the corner, he still hasn't stopped. Surprisingly, the science... Sorry, but the Patreon thing kept up and it scared the shit out of me.
If it makes you feel better, my background just changed because it cycled back to the beginning of the video.
Yeah, that's
which
what
is a big yellow screen.
Yeah,
and
the
I was
Patreon
like,
did. That's what I meant. That the Patreon just did. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, no, it scared the crap out of me too. I was like, huh.
Surprisingly, the science caused by the hitchhiker's presence isn't nearly as intense as the one left in his wake. I decided to break the tension, somewhat ungracefully. To be fair, we are having nice weather.
Don't talk.
Are you mad at me? I'm sorry he got me when I wasn't expecting.
You did fine. We don't talk till we stop.
I go back to my notes, making points to write down my current feelings. For the record, embarrassed but relieved. Once I put the words down on the paper, however, I feel something else. Confusion. Mixed with concern? Because at the end of the day, what was I relieved about? That I didn't talk to the strange man who had tried to talk to me? Was anything really at stake? The more I think about it, the more I realize that the entire episode with this mysterious hitchhiker reduces the left-right game to two possible states. It's either real or an elaborate hoax, perpetuated by Rob Jagthard. The crazy woman in the tunnel, the malicious left turn, all those could have been explained as rationalizations. But the hitchhiker was far too elaborate, far too difficult to predict. If he was an actor, then Rob is nothing more than an oppressive fraud. If he was genuine, then I'm not entirely sure where that leaves us. Something in the corner of my eye pulls me from my thoughts, a transient, peripheral object that almost completely passes me by before I turn in a weak attempt to catch it. I only get a few seconds to look before it's gone from my field of view. I face forward once more, sit back in my car, and Rob carries us even further down the road. It's not long before we finally pull over.
You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was going to. Do you know what happens if you talk to him?
Not sure. Came close myself once a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you, I don't think I want to know.
Rob, I saw something a few minutes ago. I don't know if you noticed it.
Afraid I had my eyes forward most of the time.
There was a car on the side of the road. It had crashed off the bank. Have you seen that before?
I ain't never seen that. The random stuff sometimes shows up here and there.
Have other people let you run the left-right game?
No one I know of.
People other than you. Sorry, I misread it.
It's all good, I understood. Whoever it was, they probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again.
He's there on the way back too?
If you're unlucky.
Well, something to look forward to. Rob picks up the CB radio and messages Apollo to set off. Oh, so no, it is one at a time, all the way.
Oh.
Yeah, no, so it's one at a time, because it would make sense. They have to do the hitchhiker.
Oh, yeah, because the hitchhiker has to show up. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
okay.
20 minutes, it's like, what, 15 minutes in, hitchhiker shows up, and then 15 minutes pass.
Okay, yeah, so they do, well, that's probably why the radio's in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob picks up the CB radio and messages Apollo to set off, repeating his warning concerning the hitchhiker. I feel like everyone's going to similar speech before they embark. Ace is probably going to get it twice. Half an hour later, Apollo shows up. Though he laughs about this ordeal, he's clearly a little shaken.
Oh, guys should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. Do you guys have Uber in England?
Yeah.
Then you know what I mean, right?
Bonnie and Clyde arrive quicker than Apollo. They pull up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car, and they proceed to stretch their legs. Once Apollo joins them, it's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisted he take one. Apollo almost got talking about his music taste after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether we still get NPR on this road. I'm assuming that's a radio.
It's a radio station.
Yeah. Rob customarily greets Bonnie and Clyde, then walks off to signal Eve and Lilith. He's still sitting in the Jeep when I meet him at the door. Hey, what are you up to?
Just waiting by the phone. The girls are on their way. You need anything?
Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing a bit more than he's letting on.
Seems just fine to me.
I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him?
Well, they ain't much comfort. I got 4 ex-wives to tell me that. I think it might be better coming from you.
I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a brave face. Rob doesn't look comfortable, but he acquiesces, climbing out of the car.
Last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't talk to me for 3 months.
God damn it, get your fucking life together, dude. Holy shit.
Why do you think I'm tracing ghost stories on the internet?
Honestly, he's got nothing better to do. Everybody fucking hates him.
This is the one place where people respect me, and I'm not always the asshole.
God, okay, hold on, get a little drinky drink.
Little sippy. Sippy.
Little sippy. Watch him wander over.
We love a little sippy.
Yeah, a little eepy drinky. Oh, hello, Phantom Master. Sorry, you didn't say hi. I watched him wander over to Apollo, who is standing by his Range Rover, staring into his phone. Rob puts a calming hand on the man's shoulder. From a distance, it's actually a sweet moment. I started to feel bad for lying to him. I carefully open the driver's side door and climbing into the Wrangler, assuming I have about 20 seconds before Rob comes back. Picking up the CB radio receiver, I stare at the list of presets, labeled 1 through 9. I don't know which button I press to talk to Eve and Lilith, and I certainly don't have time to call up everyone up. Rob handed us a transceiver before we left. It's what he's been making the all-car bulletins. All-car bullet. Jesus Christ. How about it's what he's been making. It's what he's been making all the all-car bulletins with. I hate that. That's a horrible sentence. Jesus Christ.
That sentence is fighting
Fuck. Preset 1 puts him in touch with the transceiver in each car. I've seen that in practice enough times. The rest of the presets must access the transceivers individually, and if Rob is the man I think he is, he gave our radios out in order of position. If that's the case, then either Rob or I could be preset 2. Apollo would be next, then Bonnie and Clyde, without knowing where Rob has placed himself in the queue. The only option would to guarantee be getting through Lilith and Eve would be preset 7, which that makes sense. With no time, I checked my work. I pressed the button and snatched up the receiver. This is Bristol to Lilith and Eve. Are you guys there? The transceiver crackles quietly. I look into the wing mirror and see Rob making awkward small talk with Apollo. Perhaps his 4 ex-wives were onto something? That's great. Lilith and Bristol? How is it on the other side? We haven't seen a hitchhiker. Oh, by the way, I just phoned Eve and it went through. Could I have your number to test? Sorry, Lilith. I'm phoning about something else. Why? What's going on over there? Apollo is nodding to Rob. I can imagine him making assurances that he's perfectly fine. I really don't have long at all. I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it a secret. Sounds awesome. What's up? Once you pass the hitchhiker, there's a crash car on the side of the road, passenger side. Most of you going past it, would you mind getting some footage? What sort of footage? Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop, just anything will be useful. Rob's starting to walk back to the car. I shift into the passenger seat, still holding receiver. Is there anything specific you... Talk to me later, not now. Thank you. Bye. I slam the receiver into the holster a moment before Rob opens the door. He shrugs at me.
It seems fine unless there's something he ain't telling me.
Little guy. Just a quick look. Alright. The rest of the day is fairly uneventful.
Also, thank you for the sippy break, by the way, Phantom Master. I'm going to take that.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to sippy.
Sippy.
Let's see. I also want to check something real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull in, beaming about their experiences with the hitchhiker and bragging about what the dash cam footage would mean for their channel. Lilith ends her story by insisting that nothing else happened for the rest of her journey, whilst directing a highly intentional look in my direction. I look away and make a mental note to catch up with her when the less people are around. Blue Jay seems the least fazed by her run-in with the hitchhiker. We do manage to get a few words out of her, though perhaps a few is an exaggeration.
I'm tired.
After which she goes to sit down on her own. When Ace pulls up on the side of the road, he almost falls out of his car. His legs are weak, his face gaunt, he breathes quick and shallow. I try to get him to talk about it on tape, and he shrugs me off, eager to hear about where we're going rather than talk about where we've been. We'll travel for a while longer, and now at around 486 turns, Jesus. And nearing our first night on the road, Rob signals our stopping point, quiet clearing at the top of the hill. Rob clears the sleeping area in the back of the Wrangler, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier between us. I appreciate the thought, but I don't really know how to tell him. In the end, I just say, thanks for making room. Apollo attempts to keep everyone from going for bed, issuing vague statements about making a fire, but people quickly shuffle off to their cars. The early start and the subsequent events of the day have taken their toll. I watch Lilith and Eve break away from the group and head to bed. I suppose I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. Let's go down a little bit. I still feel bad for lying to him, and for pulling Lilith and Eve into what could have been a blatant act of dumb paranoia. Rob seems to be like a good man, a reasonable man, flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. But the fact remains, I had a first typo. Ha ha! I found you. But the fact remains, that's when I talked to him about the crashed car. He clearly said,
I think there was a typo or a mistype in one of Apollo's literal first line, actually.
Oh, that's funny.
Because I was looking at it, I was like, that's a fucking weird way to word that sentence, but okay.
No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again.
All right. I wanted to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car, and he never seen a car on that stretch of road. But for a man of so few words, he might have said too much. If I truly never saw the car, how did he know the direction it was facing? I make all my notes concerning this subject on paper, and in shorthand, which I'm hoping, in Rob's long and varied life, he is inexplicably learned to read. Yeah, he's illiterate. Which, actually, no, girl. He got 7 other people on an internet forum to get along with this. I think he's very learned. Let's see, where was I? Long after Rob's gone to bed, I sat in the passenger seat typing up my thoughts on the day. Uh-oh, Chuck.
That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estrada, another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. It's Chuck Greenwald, and I'm with you till the witching hour.
Ooh, spoopy. I decided to put the radio on in the end. I was curious, and I also wanted the company. I turned the volume way down so the noise wouldn't reach Rob, and searched around for something to have in the background. There aren't many stations to choose from out here. The clearest one is Radio Jubilation, the local station for a nearby town. The current DJ, Chuck Greenwald, has been playing soulful folk music for an hour.
It's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome in our new school principal, a very impressive guy who's bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. It's got a few people talking about funding for arts. If you've got a view, we'd love to hear it.
It's been one week to me. Sorry. I finished.
That's exactly my brain did the same thing.
I saw that.
Like,
I had to stop myself from stimming right there. The moment you said that. All right. I finished up typing my less clandestine notes, and just then I realized how tired I am. Went into sleep, but not yet prepared for the morning to move a single yard between me and the air mattress. I lie back in my seat, listening to Mr. Greenwald address his beloved town.
There's another typo. Well, we're going to go back to your requests very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way. But now, though, let's take ourselves to the new box. They're going to hurt now.
Ooh. Immediately at the volume of a whisper, Radio Jubilation begins to broadcast a cacophony of bone-rending screams. The noise shreds the air. What sounds like hundreds of people, each contributing their own voice to the collected symphony of pain and torment. I instinctively move my body away from the radio, steadily upright and wide awake. The cries are ceaseless, agonizing, punctuated only by half-stifled, tear-choked pleas for whatever is happening to stop. A moment later it does, or at the very least, the screaming cuts out, the soft tunes that Chuck Greenwald take over. I look from the radio over the sleeping figure of Rob J. Gothard. I can't help but stare at him, and a single thought runs through my head. I hope this man's a fraud. I hope he's playing with me. Because if he isn't, there's something very wrong with this road.
Hope you folks enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much more. This is Chuck Greenwald telling you that you're always welcome in Jubilation. Stay with us.
That was part 2. Spin on that thing.
Hawk Tua?
Oh, that was... I like that. I like that a lot. I don't know why. I felt pretty tense.
That's a good
I like
part.
that one a lot. I really want to know what's up with Ace, because Ace didn't say anything. So I'm assuming Ace must have talked to the hitchhiker.
That's part of what I'm thinking is, like, Ace doesn't want to admit that he broke the rule.
I don't think... Yeah, or he was just... I don't know. Or I think it, like, the hitchhiker just started saying shit that really got to him. Because I don't know if it's like
Also
if he
true.
broke the rules, something horrible would happen, or it just might have been like if he spoke to him, then he just fucking tears into him and just lets him have it, you know?
Well, here's the thing. There's a really good chance that he broke the rule, but it doesn't affect him right now.
Oh yeah, but it was like
So that's the other thought, right?
yeah, yeah, definitely
All
something
right.
like that.
Part 3.
Part 3.
Hello again, guys. I finally got around to posting the next log. I would have put this up sooner, but unfortunately I've had bikes to repair, and if I don't do it, then the customers might go online and discover it's actually that hard. I want to thank you again for the help you've given me in finding Alice. The guy who said he'd track down the mirror shop is giving me regular updates on his progress, and I've received a whole lot of help going through the American Missing Persons reports. Turns out Alice's work haven't heard from her either, and they're going through their emails for Rob's submissions to the show. Everyone's been really helpful, so thank you. I've got to say, I'm sleeping worse since this whole thing began. It's strange to think that all the time Alice was out of contact, I was perfectly content. Yet now that she's got back in touch, every day I don't hear from her makes me that much more worried. That's assuming, of course, that it was her who sent me the email. I really hope it was. Thanks again, everyone, and please let me know if you find anything.
We don't know the name of the poster of OP, right?
The only thing we know about OP is NeonTempo. We don't know what their name is.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think.
Yeah, I don't think this is that. All right. The Left Right Gig, Draft 1, February 9th, 2017.
Rice, non-perishable. Soy sauce, non-perishable. Salt, non-perishable. Eggs, well, they're perishable, but I brought them fresh, and I got hard-boiled that'll last a week.
Soy sauce is not perishable? Huh. Neat.
Yeah.
Didn't know
You can technically you don't even have to put it in your fridge after you've opened it.
Oh, interesting. Right. It's breakfast time. The start of our first full day on the road. Rob's been up since 7 o'clock, cooking the meal for anyone who wants it. The aroma pulls us out of our makeshift beds and arranges around his portable stove. Our bowls are already full before we realize there's a catch. The trade-off of this supposedly free food? A 10-minute lecture of Rob about the power of rice. Hell yeah! God, I love rice. Oh my god.
Let me tell you about rice.
Dirty rice,
And
brown
honestly, for real,
rice,
fucking
fried
rice is
rice, white rice, wild rice,
Even just your regular old-fashioned white rice
long
can do us a
grain,
world of good.
jasmine, sticky. Let me tell you about sticky rice in my time in Japan with Mr. Sato. Oh. Oh no, he actually is. Wait.
Be terrified of the Japanese.
Yep. Nope, not it
He
wasn't.
actually is. Oh no.
It's not.
Whole army's marching on grains. Thought they were super soldiers. See, the Japs know the secret. You give people rice in the morning, they're going for the whole day.
Oh. After dropping 2 large spoonfuls of his favorite staple into a bowl and handing it to me, Rob breaks a raw egg over the top. The yolk clowns over it as I stir it in. To be fair, the food is delicious, and it's fun to watch Rob on his soapbox. At least there's something that he's willing to talk about Lincoln about. I stare across the circle at Lilith and Eve. The latter had spilled rice onto her top. Okay. And her
Hot mess.
Oh, Eve, you fucking hot mess girl. And her friend is teasing her playfully. Eve sees me looking over,
Road snacks.
meets my gaze, and turns back to Lilith, her tone dramatically muted. I return to my food, making a point to seem attentive to Rob's speech. A minute later, the 2 girls decide they're finished with meals, and I quickly realize so have I. Devouring the last few bites, I place my bowl in the small tub of hot water next to the stove and casually wander over to their car. Lilith and Eve are facing away from me, silently packing up their sleeping bags. They refuse to look at me once I reach them, in a deeply conspicuous attempt of subtlety. Is he watching? I glance over at Rob. He's still talking about Bonnie, Clyde, and Apollo, asking them to guess what breakfast translates to in Japanese. I think we're fine. So did you see the car? Without answering, Eve reaches back to the back seat and picks up a MacBook, the repository for all the Paranormicons footage. God, that's a fucking name.
It's a good one.
It's
though.
a good one, but it's lengthy. She presses play, and Lilith and I huddle around her, blocking the view of any potential onlookers. The footage depicts a familiar road. Lilith and Eve must have dropped off the hitchhiker and just made the next corner. I can hear them talking about the experience, both terrified and thrilled at the events of the day. Eve reminds Lilith that they need to look out for the car. Lilith swears, and the camera immediately starts scouring the roadside.
Look, there it is.
I see it. Slow down, slow down. The abandoned car comes into view, with Eve slowing to a crawl, and Lilith maxing out her camera's zoom function. A precious few details can be summarily gleaned. The car's window screen and driver's side windows are broken. The keys are still in the ignition, and once Eve overtakes the wreck, it's just possible to make out a dark stain stuck in the driver's seat. Stop the car! Just as the video starts to slow to halt, the real Lilith shuts the laptop. I glance between them, trying to keep my voice slow as possible. You stopped the car?
I mean, yeah.
We know you told us not to, but like, it was like really weird, so I went over and you got out of the car?
For the record, I was super against it.
Anyway, there wasn't much of the car that we didn't get for the road, except there was a bag on the back seat. Did you look inside? Yeah, do you wanna? Oh my god, Lilith!
No.
Girly pop, no! Lilith nods her head to the back of the car. It makes me second to realize what she's getting at. It's in the boot?
Then the what?
It's in the trunk? Fucking British. Yeah, obviously, we could've just leave it there. Oh, look, you can watch the rest of the footage at any time. We'll even send it to you, but you need to look at the bag before we hit the road. Check on Rob once more. He's washing up the bowls and cutlery, exchanging small talk with Bonnie. Oblivious to what's transpiring a mere 5 meters away. Lilith and Eve escort me to the trunk, reforming our secretive huddle around before Eve lifts it open. A brown leather duffel bag sits at the front and center. It looks expensive but worn, probably a few decades old. The pair gestures me to unzip it. Just to preface, I want to say the whole trip has been fucking weird. The bag isn't exactly full. I rummage through the loose contents, finding a set of good quality men's shirts and a pair of jeans. Further down, I find a small and well-used shaving kit. I'm starting to wonder that Lilith and Eve are so bent out of shape over it when my hand hits the edge of a straight, rectangular object. Slowly and with great care, I manage to extricate it from the layers of woolen denim. It's a package, a heavy square box in the length of my forearm, neatly wrapped in brown paper. It seems completely... Oh, it's wine, baby! No. It seems good, completely
Let's
unassuming,
go.
except for the black wire hanging from its underside, leading to the bag itself. Lifting the wire from the bag, the black plug rises out and swings slightly in midair.
Turn it around.
With both girls watching me intently, I turn the package in my hands. The wire connects to the charging port of an old Nokia 3210, which in turn superglued to the package along with a few shards of exposed circuit board. Last, but certainly not least, the words were blazed on a brown paper. The imposing black typeface C4 explosive. My mouth feels dry.
It's a bomb.
I wasn't expecting that. I know, fuck this road, right? There's tons more in that trunk too if it was insane. Is it dangerous? Girl! What do you mean, is it dangerous? You are holding C4!
As the local values explosions expert.
Yeah.
Not right now. It's basically inert unless you have the detonator.
You sure? What, Eve, why would you know that? Eve, why would you know that? Are you sure? We have Wikipedia downloaded on a hard drive. It's only the reason Eve let me bring it here. She reads the article like 3 times. Anyways, the Nokia's had a better... Oh, do they have... Wait, they just have the entire content of Wikipedia just downloaded?
I was gonna say,
Wait
the
a minute.
sentence, we have Wikipedia downloaded on a
What
hard
do you
drive.
mean downloaded?
Do
Do you know how
you?
big Wikipedia
Do
is?
you though?
I have no
Yeah.
idea. Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, it's only reason Eve let me bring it here. She reads the article like 3 times. Anyways, Nokia's out of battery. Okay, well, I'm not even gonna ask how you know that. I don't get why this would somewhere be classic explosive for the left-right gate. I mean, what the hell are they heading to? Are we heading
I
into?
have no idea. I also don't know that either. Do you know if Rob has any?
If I have any what?
When I look up, Rob's only a few steps away from us. I hide the C4 behind my back, dropping it into the satchel next to my notebook. I just managed to pull my fingers out of the way as Eve instinctively slams the trunk shut. Tips for sleeping in cars. These guys had a rough night.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Just something you gotta get used to, I guess. We're hitting the road in 15, 20 minutes. That alright with you guys?
Yeah, totally.
Bristol, you mind helping me pack?
Not at all. Painfully aware what's hanging at my side, I step away with Rob towards the now dismantled stove. Looking over my shoulder, I see Lilith and Eve are watching us go, their faces awash with apprehension. I can't say I feel the same, despite my surroundings and the multitude of unsettling events. I don't have space in my head for apprehension just now. All anxiety is slowly being pushed out, and its territory annexed by bolstering sense of resolve. There are far too many strange things happening on the side of the road, and even if it kills me, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out what they mean, what they all mean. Rob, can I talk to you? We packed everything in the back of the Wrangler, and are about to get back to the road when Ace comes up behind us. Rob turns around, and I sense an icy shield rising up as he currently addresses our compatriot.
What is it, Ace?
Can I ask you something? It's okay if you need me to go home after. Shield thaws. This isn't the Ace we've seen before, and Rob, perceptive enough to notice, he engages, albeit cautiously.
What do you want to ask?
Ace shuffles uncomfortably. Suddenly, he seems much younger. Does the hitchhiker, does anything happen to you if you don't pick him up?
Oh, god damn it, Ace. I told you you can't. Tell me what happened.
I was making my way down the road, and I was angry at how you've been, and when I saw the hitchhiker, I thought I should, do what I said and just drive by. Ace trembles, unable to meet Rob's eyes. A minute later, I look into the rearview mirror, and he's sitting in the back of my car. He's just talking about the weather. I mean, I swear I didn't pick him up, but when I think about it, it all makes all these memories come back. I start to remember pulling over, letting him in, and it's like I did it, but I didn't even.
Did you talk to him?
No. I promise I didn't say a word. Rob stares at Ace in silence. Ace hangs his head like a penitent criminal facing judgment.
Feels awful, don't it?
Ace looks up, confused at Rob's words, searching for a man's expression for clues.
I did the same as you the first time. Just drove right by. Wasn't gonna let some stranger in my car. Nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw him in the rear view.
Rob grins at Ace, who manages to smile shakily back.
You ain't got the right gear for this, Ace. I like to run a tight ship, and I gotta say it pissed me off. If you want to turn that Porsche of yours around so no one will think any less of you, try to listen more, and I'll try to be less of a hard ass.
Rob holds his hand out for Ace to shake. It's an offer of peace, or at the very least, an offer of terms. Ace accepts this, grimacingly, only slightly, as he faces Rob's iron grip.
About time we hit the road.
5 minutes later, we're rolling into a deep valley. Each member of the convoy peering over the crest of the hill behind us. Everyone's present and accounted for, including Ace. So it looks like nothing really bad happens if you don't pick up the hitchhiker, but it's definitely a case of, oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? This isn't right.
Yeah. I think it's this case of, like, something bad happens if you talk to him.
Yes.
But you don't get a choice in picking him up.
Yeah.
It's just less disconcerting if you just choose to do it.
I think it's like, it's fine whether or not you don't pick him up. Because I feel like it's more of a case of, if you don't pick him up, you're more than likely going to get caught off guard to talk to him.
Exactly.
Which is
you'll
the
be more likely
kicker.
To be startled.
Yeah.
Which is the thing that's really gonna fuck you over.
Yeah. So if you interact with him in any way, something's gonna happen. However, you don't necessarily have to pick him up. Just regardless, he's going to be in your car. So it's better that you just pick him up.
Exactly. So, yeah, you may as well just do the thing so it doesn't freak you out.
It's the game going by. Oh, you don't want to play by the rules? Okay. Let's have a little fun.
Congratulations, we are now making this hard mode.
Oh, yay. We call this a difficulty tweak.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me scroll down. All right, and we're going back. I have to say, I'm impressed.
With what?
How you handled Ace. One might presume a guy who's been divorced 4 times isn't the best at conflict resolution.
Divorce is conflict resolution.
Man, you've been getting into a lot of conflicts.
I mean, he's not wrong though.
No, he's not wrong. It is a good point. He seems like he's saying the hitchhiker made him pull him over. Is that really what happens?
Yep, he always ends up in the back seat, and you always remember picking him up.
It's just that's not scientifically possible.
Get used to that.
Oh, fun. Ooh, a lot of words for me. Ha ba 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 ba. We spend the
Lots
next
of reading for Tome.
Yay! We spend the next 2 hours in silence, with me typing up my notes and Rob navigating the sparse few turns that show up every now and then. Ooh. I hit a burp, and then it coughed, and it said, "Alright, we're gonna burp now." I'm like, oh!
Oh no.
I'm gonna stretchy. Ugh, that felt weird. Stretchy.
I'm gonna eat a crunchy snack, so I'm just gonna mute while you talk.
Okay. Yeah, because I got a lot of words here. Let me get a little sippy sip. Alright, Ace's testimony troubles me. Perhaps because it stretches my favorite theory. That the game is an elaborate hoax perpetuated by Rob Gothard. I was content that the hitchhiker could have been an incredibly deaf performer. But even if a man was an RADA trained thespian, that doesn't make him capable of mind control. Ace could be insane, or maybe an actor himself, but those ideas sound exactly like the idle rationalizations I described in Rob earlier. I'm not sure what my theory is at the moment. I keep working, hoping to type my way to revelation. A few lone trees started to show up in the distance, towering wild pines with trunks as thick as barrels. Without my noticing, the trees grow slightly more numerous, and in the creeping way that landscapes change, it isn't long until they span both sides of the road, encapsulating us in a deep, bright forest. Realizing I've recorded everything of substance, and with Rob concentrating on the drive, I have no choice but to lay back in my seat and watch the world roll by. Despite my pervasive strangeness of the left-right game, there's beauty on the road. Under the light shade of the canopy, the smell of pine needles permeating the still air, I actually feel myself starting to relax. It only takes 3 words to change that. The words don't come to Rob. He's as quiet as always. They aren't spoken by the rest of the convoy either. The words are writ large in calligraphic gold paint, resting on the spotless white sign. From a distance, with the letters little more than a blur, I know what they're going to say. They're the words I've been dreading since I switched off the radio. The words I spent a long, troubled night hoping I'd never see. Welcome to jubilation. Turns out there is room in my head for apprehension.
This is Ferryman to all cars. We're gonna be heading through a small town. No rules here, just keep driving and we'll be fine.
Rob puts his radio back on the receiver. I try to ignore the distinct knot in my stomach. What does the name Chuck Greenwald mean to you?
About as much as John Doe, why?
He's the radio DJ here.
Jubilation? How do you know something like that?
I was listening to a show last night. What do you know about this place?
Seems like a good town. Folk don't pay attention to you, I just head straight through.
You've never seen anything untoward?
Some weird stuff now and again. I like to keep my eyes on the road.
The forest clears abruptly, like a parting curtain to reveal a picture of an American town, archetypal almost to the point of self-parody. We arrived at Jubilation. There's no denying this town is beautiful. We're welcomed by a row of vibrantly colored shops spanning the length of a long, wide street. At the far end, an ornate gray-walled town hall proudly surveys its domain. The place is immaculate. I failed to find a solitary piece of litter on the sidewalk. A single smudge of the plate glass shop windows. Every inch of Jubilation is pristine, tranquil, and noticeably deserted. Where is everyone?
I don't know. There's usually some around. Maybe there's a game on.
We take the next turn, then on the left. The story is the same at every turn. A beautiful, leafy suburban town, entirely bereft of a human. God, the story is the same at every turn. Beautiful, leafy suburban town, entirely bereft of its human population. The cafes are free of bustle. The surface of the public pool is still. Even when the school, a row of finger-painted faces smiling at us from the kindergarten windows as we pass by. The building itself locked up, however, which is odd, seeing as it's noon on a Wednesday. Oh no, they're in Duloc from Shrek.
No.
Everybody's
Welcome
at the
to Duloc, such a perfect town.
Oh god.
Lay them down.
Either that.
If I'm gonna do that, I should be using my paper model.
I wonder, because I'm getting like Silent Hill vibes, but like more upbeat. So I wonder if this was taken a heavy inspiration from. Eventually,
Or like a We Happy Few vibe or something.
Yeah, something like. Okay, I'm trying to remember because it was back in like 2017. So I don't know. I mean, obviously Silent Hill was around there. I don't know about We Happy Few. Or maybe like, welcome, the Rapture. Everyone's gone to the Rapture. Or
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Just empty. Eventually, the Wrangler pulls up on the first residential street we've encountered. The sign on the corner reads Sycamore Row. The quaint shops are replaced by luxuriant houses, all of them identical. White walls, wide porches, and fresh green lawns cut to a uniform length. The road stretches in a straight line for about a mile, creating an eerie corridor of copy-pasted buildings. The strangest thing about the street, however, is vocalized by Rob.
Man, there's a weird, cute shark out there too. Love you too, Sasha.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we know where everybody is now.
In front of every house, a dining room table stands on the lawn, occupied without fail by a family of 4. 1 husband, 1 wife, 1 son, and 1 daughter. They are sharing a meal together. A unit on the left clinks their glasses of orange juices as they dine on pork chops and salad. The family on the right shares a large hunk of meatloaf. Broad smiles on their faces, staring along the road as I estimate upwards of 800 people in neat subsets of 4, all tiny at the same time. None of them seem to notice us.
You know what this also reminds me of? Like, one definitely came out before this story did, and the other one definitely afterwards. But the one thought that came through was Pleasantville,
I don't think I'm familiar
where
with
everything is a little bit too... Pleasantville's a really fun movie. Highly recommend it. It's one of those movies that integrates adding color to black and white, but like incidentally, and it's actually quite good. It's very, very fun. Essentially, kid gets zapped into his favorite old-timey TV show, think a la I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
And he ends up changing the town for a better by giving it color.
Okay.
It's a very, very fun story. It's also, Pizza Time. That actor. What's his name?
Tobey Maguire.
Yes, Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire is the main actor.
I like how
on
you
it.
said
Very
Pizza
good.
Time. You just go, he was Spider-Man.
Well, no, because the problem is there's a lot of Spider-Man now. So if I say
That's-
Spider-Man, it's like, all right, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland. Like, which Spider-Man
You
are
have
we
to say
talking?
yeah.
And
First,
I'm like,
second, or third. Which one?
yeah, it's like, are we talking Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man? We talking Spider-Man subtext? Like, which one are we talking about? But no, it makes me think of Pleasantville. But the other one that it makes me think of, and it definitely came out afterwards, was Don't Worry, Darling.
Mm-hmm.
Gives me that vibe.
Yeah.
Ferryman to all cars. Looks like we've come during a town celebration. Let's not bother these good people as we pass on through.
Rob lets the car. Rob lets. But I ate a cracker in my mouth, Jay. Alright. Rob lets the car roll slowly down the street, his foot lightly light on the gas pedal, trying to make as little noise as possible. The more families we pass, the clearer it becomes that every single one of them shares common characteristics. All of them are impeccably dressed. All of them consistent of the same subset: husband, wife, son, daughter. Though their chosen meals vary slightly, they all share a raucous. They all share a raucous, almost oppressive happiness.
Small town America, am I right, guys?
Apollo's jokes don't make anything better. I feel claustrophobic, trapped. Some screaming animal deep within me knows that it's surrounded on every side by something it doesn't understand. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but as we continue down the road, everyone outside seems to be laughing a little harder and celebrating a little more. We successfully crept more than halfway down the street. A sharp left turn coming up at the end, representing the road out of Jubilation. Another street comes up on the right, Acer Road. While we pass it, I take the opportunity to glance down this new avenue, curious as to whether every street is like ours. I don't like what I see. Let's go down a little bit. The houses are similarly prestigious. The walls pristine white, but like a spot the difference puzzle. It's subtle changes that make the picture. There are no tables and no families on the wide green lawns. Almost every window I can see is broken. Cars lie abandoned on the road, with one smashed into the splintered porch. Above every door, an X has been drawn in red paint, and outside each house, a small mound of clothes lie on a fresh-cut lawn. A huge collective pile of men's, women's, and children's shoes tower at the end of the street, seemingly ownerless.
Great going, everybody. Let's get back out there.
We've reached the end of the street. I breathe a sigh of relief as we bid farewell to Jubilation. I vindictively see it off in my wing mirror as we turn the corner. I immediately wish I hadn't when, in a split second before it disappears from this view, I glimpse the 800 plus residents of Sycamore Row. They aren't smiling anymore, and they're all looking our way. I walk at the forest as the trees rise up around us once more. The indifference of the nature is a welcome change to the saccharine faux civility of Jubilation.
Sounds like that make me glad I'm a city boy.
He thought it was nice, wasn't it? Like Wintry Bay.
I don't think I've been.
Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Clyde hasn't spoken in a while.
Oh, maybe it was Shelburne Falls?
Oh, it was a little like Shelburne Falls. Guys, we gotta keep this channel clear.
We hurry.
Sorry, I had a little bit of hazelnut stuck in my throat.
Oh, you're fine. We hurry along the next road and turn right. The further we get from the eerie town of Jubilation, the higher our spirits seem to be. How long until we stop?
About another 4 hours. Nothing big in between us and there, though. Shouldn't be a problem.
Good to hear. So, what does breakfast translate to Japanese?
You heard that?
Yeah, I've been curious all day. Does that have something to do with... I jolt forwards, a sharp pain in my neck as my hand recoils against my backseat. Rob stamps his foot onto the brake, bringing us to an immediate and shocking halt. Before I can say why, my question is answered as one of the colossal pine trees slams into the road ahead of us, blocking our route forward.
God damn it! You alright?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm massaging my neck. I look towards the base of the felled tree. The low end is covered in straight, sharp cut marks. Someone has brought this tree down, timing its fall in an attempt to cripple the Wrangler. Rob, what's going on?
Ferryman to all cars. Full reverse. Watch out for the people behind you.
The convoy pulls away, back down the road towards Jubilation. Rob waits for Apollo to start moving, then backs up himself. There's a second jolt as Rob abruptly stops the car, surveying our means of egress.
Ferryman to all cars. Road's done for, but there's a gap at the end. Be careful.
Rob's right. Though the tree has fallen across the tarmac, only the thin treetop lies over the grassy bank between the road and the forest. There's a bit of valley between the edge of the road and the grass. And Rob's wasted no time in showing the others how to negotiate it. Twisting the wheel, Rob dry steers towards the gap and proceeds cautiously towards the roadside. I watch the asphalt disappear beneath us moments before the telltale bump. The Wrangler drops down on the small bankside and turns around the fallen tree. I watch the needle-covered tip brush against the window as we roll past, but a second bump, Rob brings us back onto the road and pulls us over the far edge, turning the Jeep to face towards the convoy.
Okay, Apollo, make your way. On it, Rob.
Apollo accelerates through the gap. His Range Rover shudders, banking on the grassy decline, but it's hardly any effort to pull himself around the tree trunk back onto the road. The noise at a distance...
I think you jumped ahead.
Oh, wait. Oh, I did.
As Apollo swerves towards the gap.
I did. I a big dummy. I just got
It's
played
okay.
for
I was
line.
like, hold on, that's not the sentence
As
I'm reading.
Apollo swerves towards the gap, I hear something. The sound of a running engine. It's at first so quiet, then it's almost impossible to isolate it from the convoy's own rumbling. It's since grown louder, however, and is growing steadily more noticeable. Rob, someone's coming.
Apollo, get yourself over here right now. All cars, you're on double time. Get moving.
Apollo accelerates towards the gap. His Range Rover shudders, banking on the grassy decline, but it's hardly an effort to pull himself around the tree and back around onto the road. The noise in the distance grows louder. I can picture the vehicle careering towards the quarter, just one turn away from having its windshield locked on the convoy. Though I have no idea what it might be, I don't want to share road space with anything coming out of Jubilation. The rest of the convoy can hear the noise now. Bonnie and Clyde roll over the gap and quickly but tentatively push themselves down the side. It's clearly harder than Rob and Apollo make it look. After a few moments, they travel across the bank, bringing themselves on the other side. The vehicle turns a corner. A white truck skids into view, its tires shrieking against the road. A metal beam sticking up behind the driver's compartment, and a hook of swings with the momentum of a hard right. It's a tow truck. Something tells me it's not here to lend us assistance.
All cars, once you're on the other side, drive. Wait around the left turn. I'll radio if they get by me.
What about you guys?
I'll come once everyone's across. Now ain't the time for questions. Even Lilith, get over here now.
Alright, scroll down. We still have time to get everyone across, but every second feels like a precious fleeting loss. Even Lilith are impatient for their turn, dropping onto the roadside and coming back into the matter of seconds. The truck is gaining with incredible speed. I can just about make out the words Jubilation Recovery scrawled across its hood, though the letters are rapidly becoming easier to read. Blue Jay takes her time dismounting the road. In fact, she's almost casual in how she maneuvers it, whittling away at the remaining seconds we have. The swell of anger wells up inside me as her wheels hit the road again. If she's calm about the situation, then good for her, but I can see Ace drumming his fingers frenetically against the steering wheel, now stranded alone on the other side. I watch Blue Jay follow the rest of the convoy to the next turn, displaying none of the urgency anyone else had shown.
Take it easy. You.
Oh, hold on. Could you repeat that? Discord just said, "Ha, no."
Fair enough.
Take it easy, Ace. You ain't built for this.
Ace takes the corner, heeding Rob's plea of caution, but unwisely taking it almost head on. His front wheels thud over the edge of the bank, and the chassis hiss tarmac. The drop isn't just a little too steep for the Porsche's clearance. Rob's warnings ring in my ears as Ace accelerates on three wheels, his car engaging in a slow turn around with little forward rotation. Rob, what do I do? Rob? The pickup truck maintains its speed and aligns itself with Ace's Porsche, its thunderous velocity defying all logic. It's all concern for Ace's or their own safety.
Get out of the car, Ace! Get out of the goddamn car!
Ace struggles with his seatbelt, stress overpowering his motor functions. He unclasps it and throws the belt to the side. He grabs the door and pushes it. It swings open slightly, then immediately slams against the bark of the pine tree. And for a moment that lasts all too long, he shares with me a look of pleading terror. The door is slammed shut, crumpled as the tow truck collides with the passenger side of Ace's car. Ace is launched against the door, his head smashing against the window. The ungodly racket of shrieking metal suddenly gives way to silence.
It's.
Rob climbs into the back of the car. Rob, what can I do?
Stay here.
I can hear Rob rummaging amongst the luggage as the tow truck reverses out of Ace's Porsche. The hood of the tow truck is completely and possibly unharmed by the impact, as are its two occupants. They park the truck side onto us, the hood hanging a few meters away from the back of the Porsche. The words of Jubilation Recovery appear again, now accompanied with the slogan, "Here to help." Two men in white shirts and blue overalls climb out and wander over to the ruined Porsche. They barely seem to register the situation at all, casually chatting something together as they throw open Case's passenger side door. The stunned Ace looks as if he's battling a concussion, only barely cognizant as he pulls out of the car. He quickly grows more and more aware as the mechanics grab him by each arm, struggling against them as his captors talk amongst themselves.
Let him go!
When I turn around, Rob is stepping out of the Wrangler. Apparently hidden within those neat stacks of ledges, it was a loaded hunting rifle. Rob raises the stock of his shoulder and repeats himself.
Let him go!
The mechanics pay no attention to Rob. They continue the frog march Ace over to the truck, one of them making a quiet joke the other as they go. They laugh. An awful bang erupts beside me, and a deep red hole bursts from one of the mechanics' torso. Blood slowly seeping out of the wound. Inexplicably, the mechanic does nothing more than look down at this wound, up at Rob, and then back to the matter at hand. He hardly breaks stride as he continues towards the truck, bleeding freely onto the floor. I hear Rob setting about reloading the rifle. The mechanics arrive at the back of the truck with Ace. There are two short loops at the thin chain dangling from the lowest of the hook's chain links. The mechanics feed Ace's arms through one loop each until he's hanging by the armpits in front of the hook itself. Rob fires another shot that goes nowhere. The mechanics grab a handful of Ace's hair, chatting as they do so, and lift Ace's head up to the lower jaws just above the hook. Ow, haha, I can see where that's going. In that matter, despite everything else, despite all my journalistic ideas, by pursuit of truth, my duty as an observer, I close my eyes. The visual disappears into darkness, but the sound doesn't. The impact and the sorrowful, obstructed groan that is followed penetrates my bones, reverberating through my very being. Another gunshot, and the sharp twang of a metallic ricochet. Aces cries as he continues as the engine starts up and carries him off back to jubilation. I hear another gunshot that sounds like it's hitting nothing but air. As the engine and Ace's whispers grow quieter, a few moments pass before one final measured gunshot echoes around the car.
God damn it. God fucking damn it!
The Wrangler chassis clangs as Rob kicks aside with all of his considerable might. I open my eyes and see a fallen pine tree, a ruined Porsche, and an otherwise empty road. When Rob climbs into the car, it's clear that he's trying to regulate his breathing, an internalized rage lighting him up, barely under his control.
We have to go.
Rob turns us around, pointing the Wrangler back down the road. The quiet of the car echoes my ears, along with other noises I can't help but forget. I watch the fallen pines grow smaller in the rearview mirror, overwhelmed by the feeling that I'm leaving more behind on this road than I can currently imagine. Bereft of conversation of logic and of any semblance of comfort, Rob and I are doing the only thing we can. We take the next left. Ooh, boy!
Oof.
I scroll down.
Rough shit, buddy.
Please post the next log as soon as you can. I'll come and help you fix bikes if that means you'll get the next update sooner. Hooked!
Oh,
Rip.
terrible.
I'm actually shocked that Ace is the first to die. I didn't think he would be.
I'm not. Well, here's the thing. He and Blue Jay are the only ones that are solo in their cars, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I imagined, like, they weren't gonna knock off somebody from, like, a duo yet, aside from Apollo. Apollo's also on his own.
Yeah, but they're not
like,
gonna kill Apollo off. Come on now. He's so funny.
Not yet, at least, hopefully. That's... there was a part of me that was kind of hoping that Apollo would be one of the good ones to go first, but
Well,
at the same time, he
I'm
also is one of the people most fitted for the trip.
Yeah, I mean, also, Ace was the last car, so I wonder if they're gonna do it, like, car after car, like,
Oh,
last
like
one.
picking it off one by one?
Yeah, or it's gonna be a case of, like, I don't know, like, in events like that, it's the last car, but if it's events of, it can happen to anybody, so, like, the Hitchhiker, then it's, like, at random, so I think it's gonna be a case of, it's at random, or it's the last car.
Yeah.
So that would say Blue Jay is
The other
next
thought was,
to
like-
die, but I don't think they're gonna kill off
That
Blue
would be
Jay.
the theory, yeah.
It's probably gonna be somebody
No,
random.
she's too
and-
much of, like... Yeah. I also think that she's too much of, like, the cold, icy bitch kind of a mentality that, like, they're not gonna knock her off too soon.
Yeah.
Like, she has to realize, like, 'cause there's a chance that Blue Jay just doesn't think this is real.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, like, if that's why she was taking it so fucking casually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright,
that
ready to keep
was-
going?
Yes, I am ready. Actually, let me go get some water. So you can read that out. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna grab
actually,
some water.
why don't we take... Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Or do you want to take a break?
No. There's going to be a long length where you're talking
That's
again where
fair.
I'm
This is-
not,
this is
so
my
I'll
one
take that
moment.
as an opportunity to go. Yeah, this is your break. Go take a break.
I'm gonna go get some water.
Okay. Part 4 of Has anyone heard of the left-right game? Hi, guys. Firstly, I want to apologize for not being at my laptop for the past few days. I had to attend a wedding in Scotland and for one of my uni friends. They booked it in midweek, and between you and me, I don't think it was going to last, which means not only have I neglected you guys, but I also wasted money on a rental suit and a John Lewis tea set. As always, thank you for your help on my ongoing attempt to find Alice. I'm now in full contact with the radio show she was working for, and they'll be sending over Rob's submissions to the show as soon as they can. I've also looked up every town named Jubilation and have contacted residents from each of them. None of them have had the particular junction mentioned of the previous log, Sycamore Row and Acer Street. I even combed Google Maps to make sure. I'm not sure what town Alice passed through last February, but it doesn't seem to exist on public record. The guy who promised to retrace the route from the mirror shop came through and has sent me a few possible addresses for Rob. He also mentioned looking into the game itself more. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I want to be clear, please don't play this game on my behalf. I don't want that on my conscience. Okay, without further ado, here's the following log. Thanks again. Also, Jafiki, ahoy to you as well. Thank you for the sippy and the pets. I also have some Oreos. Specifically Oreo minis. Welcome back.
Thank you. I hear you. All right. Oh. All right. Oh, I am here. I am alive. I have. Okay. Let's see where.
Nice.
That says, hold on. I got notifications on Twitch. Oh, your gift sub expired. Okay, cool. Okay, gamer.
Thank you for the pet key.
All right. Oh. All right. I'm assuming you finished reading.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, anything of note?
Yes. So, he has a couple of possible addresses for Rob. The guy who promised to retrace the route, also said he's going to look more into the game himself.
Mm.
And, OP has said, please, for my sake, do not play this game on my behalf.
I'm gonna go play the game.
He's also gotten into full contact with, the radio station, and the town of Jubilation does not seem to exist, not in the way that they've seen it.
Because it would have to be like, is there a town of Jubilation within this proximity of Phoenix,
There
Arizona?
is. However, every single one of the towns of Jubilation that he's spoken to do not have the two roads that they were talking about.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll take one more sip. I ate some crackers.
Yeah, when you start reading, I am going to quickly go pee, get myself some water, and
Yes,
grab snacks, but
go
I do
for
have my
sure.
headphones on, so I'll be able to hear it.
Oh yeah, I got a lot to read. All right, let me get a quick
Yeah.
stretchy in. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna get us started. Okay, let's see. All right. Let me see real quick. Okay, cool. The left-right game, draft 1, February 10th, 2017. Actually, let me sit up in my chair a little bit. There we go. Possible opening. I want to address you, the listener, for a moment, with an advance notice concerning the following episode. I'm sure it's not been lost on you that every installment of the series so far has played host to some strange, inexplicable occurrence, and spanned a great many miles traveled. It goes without saying this has been by design. I've been surmising the countless hours of uneventful meandering and the taking extra care to document the strange phenomena we've encountered along the way. I wanted the story to be fast moving, to have real fuel of progress with each chapter. Alright. If that sense of exploratory intrigue is why you're listening to this show, I completely understand. I'm certain this is a primary draw for almost all of you. The twists, the turns, the mysterious, strange encounters along the impossible road. But if that is the case, I feel it's my duty to inform you that, apart from a few notable exceptions, there will be almost no ground covered in this segment. And the monsters we encounter will be all too human. Stress, divisiveness, discomfort, and, as one might imagine, grief. If you want to read the synopsis of this episode on the website and wait for the next part, then you'll be all caught up, and I'm sure we'll be back on our way, heading once more into the great unknown. But I feel it's important to give the aftermath of Ace's capture its own episode, in part due to the significance of the revelations that are unearthed in its wake, but also as a gesture of deference to the man we lost. This is the story of our second night on the road. Oh, excuse me. Alright. As we make the left turn, the horrifying space behind us is quickly replaced by a quiet emptiness ahead. The Wrangler crawls defeated. Okay, sorry. The Wrangler crawls defeated towards the waiting convoy. The remaining 4 cars are parked haphazardly, taking up more than half of the road. Rob drifts to the far end of the tarmac, looking to overtake and resume formation. Both of his hands rest on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on some distant point in space. It's not hard to imagine that behind the focus and the quiet control, there's a man in turmoil. A man who can't bring himself to say anything and fears say too much. Alright, we're gonna wait for Raina. Oh, you see movement.
Hello.
Hello! I was gonna wait for you before we started dialogue.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so this entire part is just going over.
Yes, I did hear.
Yeah, so this is all gonna go over just the aftermath of that, which is interesting.
Yeah. Before they technically, I'm guessing, continue the travel.
Yeah. Interesting. Very cool.
Okay.
Alright. This is Bristol to all cars. We're heading back on the road. Get yourselves in formation and make way for those around you. We got a while to drive before we stop for the night. Bristol, where's Ferryman? Ferryman's here.
Where's Ace?
Ace didn't make it across.
What?
What the fuck? Bristol, where is he? It would be simple to describe what had taken place, or at least surmise the barest facts. But up to Ace, where he is now, and why he isn't coming back. But for some reason, I can't utter a word about what transpired. Something about the event itself makes it impossible to retell, as if the requisite phrases have been locked behind glass. We need to get to the stopping point. It isn't safe to stay here. Shortly after we turned the corner out of Sycamore Row, Rob implied that the rest of the day's drive would be uneventful. Had we waited just a few minutes longer, he would have been entirely correct. We were on the road for about 4 hours, both of us quietly attending to our own preoccupations as the forest gradually thins out. The landscape gives way to rolling cornfields that stretch out beyond the horizon of both sides. Nothing notable happens, which is ironic, as I find myself typing up a lot more notes than I need. Oh, you want to address Raiders?
I didn't want to interrupt while you were
I saw that.
you were reading there, but thank you. Hello, Raiders! Hello, everybody that came in from Hook's Raid. I'm Raina the Mouse, a variety streamer here on Twitch. I do variety things, usually poorly, but I usually do while singing and or drinking. I'm currently doing it while reading the Left-Right game. We're up to part 4 now with the wonderful Hidden Tome. So please go give our cheeky Tome a lovely follow. They are absolutely wonderful, and the reason I can schmoove the way that I do. Yay! But yeah, thank you so much. I hope you had a good time doing some art. I hope you're taking very good care of yourselves. And if you haven't been, go take the opportunity to do it now. Eat something, drink something, take your meds, and put on your chapstick. Patronage is appreciated, but your health is appreciated more.
Alright. I'm assuming we're good.
Yep.
Alright. Nothing notable happens, which is ironic, as I find myself typing up a lot more notes than I need. But the sun when the sun's descend. Oh, God. Hold on. With the sun descends through. Okay, so yeah, with the sun descending through the orange sky as we pull into the clearing, besides a wild grove of apple trees, Rob turns off the ignition, and the two of us sit in silence. Rob's need to concentrate on driving had been a good excuse to stay quiet, a good excuse to not face each other. Now the wheels aren't turning, however, and the true reason of our mutual reticence? Yeah, reticence is all too clear. Do you think he's dead?
I don't know.
Rob's response isn't reassuring, and I'm oddly grateful for that. There are no comforting words he can give me, and in any attempt that would seem horrifically insincere, a mockery of the situation's onerous gravity. Anyway, given the circumstances of Ace's capture, I'm not even sure which answer I want to hear. Lilith appears in my window, rapping her knuckles against the glass with aggressive impatience. I expect nothing less about now. Everyone in the convoy has been made to follow a unilateral order, my order, without explanation. They've been traveling for hours, accompanied by the glaring absence of another human being. Looking in the wing mirror, I glimpsed the rest of the convoy, standing by their cars, watching the Wrangler expectantly. Rob's hands still haven't left the wheel. With a sharp intake of breath, I push the door open and step out on the grass. The ground is soft below me as I walk over to the group. There's recently been rain. I begin to address the rough semicircle. It almost feels like one of Rob's briefings.
What's happening, Bristol?
Did Ace turn back?
I met Apollo's eyes. For the briefest moments, I considered telling them all exactly that. Maybe it would save the difficulty of the slow, heavy ache that's certainly weighing down on my chest. Maybe it would just save me a difficult conversation. Either way, I know I can't lie to them. They deserve the truth, however unpleasant. No, he didn't turn back. They crippled his car. The tow truck? Did he get out? The answer doesn't come easily. I'm being pressed to say words aloud, and in doing so, the full acknowledgement of what happened. It feels like I'm being driven to a funeral, like I'm being verbally marched towards an open casket.
What happened to him? Bristol.
He's dead, Eve.
I haven't heard Rob step out of the car when he reaches the group. It's hard to hide my relief as he takes over proceedings, addressing the group matter-of-factly. Now it really is like one of his briefings.
2 guys in the tow truck coming out at Jubilation. They got him. They took him back with them to town. The way they were treating him, he won't last long.
Oh, goodness.
What? Rob, what are they going to do to him?
I can't tell you. Nothing like this has ever happened before.
Well, we need to go back.
That ain't gonna happen.
We're not gonna fucking abandon him, Lilith. We're not going back.
No, we're not. Me and Rob can go. You know the place, right, Rob? The kid's dead, Apollo.
But what if he's alive when you last saw him? But he was alive when you last
That's
saw
right.
him.
That's right.
So what point did you decide he was dead?
When I saw him being carried away with a fucking tow hook sticking out of his mouth, god damn it.
Rob shouldn't have said that. I understand his reasons, of course. He wants to convey an important truth, that nothing could be done, or could have been done, to save Ace. His ghastly choice of words does the job, but it's almost sent a ripple of disturbance to the crowd, planting in everyone's minds the gruesome image I've been trying all day to uproot. Bonnie covers her mouth in shock and sorrow. Eve turns noticeably pale, and even Lilith, who is intent on leading the questioning, is taken aback. Did you see this, Bristol? I nod solemnly. The group bristles at my affirmation. I saw enough. I had to close my eyes when it happened. Rob tried to save him until... Before I could finish my statement, my words were cut off by something truly unexpectedness. In spontaneous response to my words, a harsh outburst of mocking, sarcastic laughter rings out from within the convoy. One by one, we trudge towards the source until we find ourselves staring at Blue Jay, her unapologetic chucklings filling the silent night air. Is something funny, Blue Jay? Blue Jay tries to speak through her all too slowly waning laughter.
Oh, it's just... You call yourself a journalist. You close your eyes. My God, there it is. There it is.
I'm sorry?
Do you close your eyes for magic tricks too?
What the fuck, Blue Jay?
Come on, this isn't the time.
Oh, the time is well fucking overdue. Seriously, are y'all morons? The left-right game is a hoax. It's fake. Rob Guthard's playing all y'all like a fucking children. Ace is fine. He's probably an actor. Like the hitchhiker was an actor and those townspeople, too. I mean, come on.
Ah, shit. I spilled my drink on me.
Oh, shit. You need a sec?
No, I'm good. I'm good. It was like a little splash.
Okay.
It was a little splash. You're right. But I did eat a little bit, so I need to clear out my mouth. The group is taken aback by Blue Jay's incredulous tirade. She's clearly been holding her tongue since day one, her reaction to Ace's capture representing just one step too far. I saw Rob shoot one of those townspeople with a hunting rifle. I saw the wound. It was real.
It was a blood-filled squib. The rifle was probably loaded with blanks. You can buy both from any good theatrical retailer. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Okay, first, I don't like your fucking tone. Secondly, have you noticed that we've been the only cars on the road for almost 2 days? And what about jubilation? Are you suggesting Rob hired out a whole town that would have been fucking impossible?
Oh yeah, sure, that's impossible. But it's totally believable that we're driving on a magic road. Maybe this is the highest budget scam I've ever seen, but that's all it is, a scam. And Al Jazeera here is giving him all the publicity he wants. I mean, these people are sheep, but you're a fucking sycophant.
What hoax would you get an entire town to go around? And also, like,
Yeah, this is like, to be fair, like flash mobs, but even then,
well,
like, that's fucking insane.
It's like,
the amount of
okay,
effort.
you got an entire town to agree to do this weird shit with you. However, you mean to tell me an entire town agreed to have an entire road dedicated of basically mansions to have, like, their windows smashed in and all that extra shit? And,
Yeah, the cars and the clothing and the everything.
yeah, like, yeah, cars and, like, the mountain of shoes. Who would, how would this be a scam? There's nothing to gain.
Yeah, that's just it. It's not like Rob's getting money from this.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's usually a scam is like, oh, they're trying to get money out of this. I'm sorry, when do they ever pay to go onto this trip? This is free.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, okay. Old ass lady. I hate old people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Alright.
Finishing a munch.
Yeah, I wish you did munch. My mother used to tell me that you can't strike a person from the high road. Staring down the barrel of Blue Jay's darkly self-satisfied grin, I'm more than tempted to make the descent. Okay, Blue Jay, fair enough. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on. For all I know, you could be right. But why would Rob spend the production budget of a Hollywood film to trick a radio journalist and 2 vloggers? Trust me, our website doesn't have enough traffic for...
Oh, don't be so self-important. It's not you he's trying to fool.
Blue Jay turns to Rob, fixing him a glare of pure, unadulterated triumph.
Admit it, Rob. Admit that this is all a fucking farce. Admit that you knew who I was before I even got out of my car.
Rob's face looked like it's been carved from granite. The group looks to him for an answer, but he delivers a response directly to Blue Jay, his eyes locked with hers.
It's true. I know who you are, Denise.
The atmosphere changes. For a moment, the night erupts with a foray of whispers. Rob's answer clearly means something to everyone but me.
We can take a quick second here as well,
Oh, yeah,
because we both have a minute and a half ad going on right now. So, quick second, quick little break. Ad time.
Ad time.
I munch loud snack.
Oh yeah, God, this is a perfect time to munch loud.
Ad break is loud snack time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, hi Fluffs, how you doing, sweetheart? I saw you come in a moment ago. Want to say hi. And Sasha, hello. Hi, how are you? I got myself some peach lemonade and salt and pepper chips. All right.
That's my ad.
Wait, what happened? Last thing I heard was about a flash mob. So to catch up anybody that missed it during the ad, because like I said, there's a 3-minute ad break on my side where it's only a minute and a half on Tome's side. Blue Jay thinks this is all a conspiracy, has an absolute fucking fit about it, and is like, you're being an idiot. Hello, Nova 4874. It's not suspicious that the first thing you did was look for my Discord rather than say anything. Usually, first-time chatters start with a hello, not looking for a place to get in contact with my community.
I don't know, we'll see.
We'll find out if you've got a suspicion marker next to your name in Discord. But yeah, Blue Jay is going like, you know, don't be self-important. It's me he's trying to impress. And Rob says her name is Denise. Apparently that means something to people.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get back to it.
I got cracker dip, I'm out.
I'm going to take the second to actually just quickly take a peek at the Discord.
Oh, yeah. That's a good thing to do.
Interesting. Okay.
Alright. Nothing of note?
Well, the person that just joined only joined for my smutty side of things, and I'm like, and it's not the same name that just showed up in my chat, so I'm like,
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Denise?
Denise Carver?
No, you serious?
Sorry, who's Denise Carver? She's the biggest killjoy in the hobby.
Oh, fuck you, you fucking airhead. Denise here is a member of the Skeptics and Rationalists Institute of America. She likes to get herself invited on ghost hunting expeditions under a false name so she can debunk them publicly. You may have gathered she don't believe in the supernatural. Actually, I do believe in the supernatural. I believe that it's a billion-dollar industry built on selling comfortable lies to the gullible, and it thrives on shitty journalists and attention whore bloggers who are willing to spread whatever shit they think will get them clicks.
But no one's paying anything! What do you mean?
Notoriety, I guess.
It's a game! If it was like...
Well, don't forget that he does have, like, you know, a journalist and, like, people coming around, so there's a chance that he's like, oh, it's, like, for notoriety, for attention.
Yeah, I guess for attention, but it's like, it still feels like there's nothing to gain. It's like, if it was a case of, oh, you have to do it at this location in Arizona, like, something like that, yeah, but it's like, this is a game you can play anywhere. It's just Arizona happens to be the perfect location for it. Okay, whatever. Oh my god, I hate her.
Yep.
That's why you took so long getting around the pine tree? Even when the truck was coming for Ace? You didn't think any of it was real?
I like how you formed every sentence like it was a question.
Yeah.
Did
it probably should be.
I think she was trying to make it more like a statement, not a question.
Oh, that's fair. Oh, that's
like she was speaking out
true.
facts out of her brain.
Listen. Sometimes I don't see the how you said it. I just read as I go. I'm like, oh, wait, here's a question now. It's I'm reading. I changed the story my ways.
I make the context.
Yeah. As condescending as her delivery may be, her words are a spark of realization. It's true that with an unspeakably high budget and a few deaf stooges, you could probably replicate most of what we've seen on the road. Yet, without realizing it, I found myself agreeing with Rob's version of events, personally defending the left-right game's validity against its decriers. I set off for the journey much like Blue Jays, as a staunch, confident skeptic, but somewhere between the tunnel and this moment, I'd become a believer. Blue Jay notes my lack of protest and turns back to Rob.
I'm flattered that you went to all this trouble. I didn't know my work was so offensive to you. I admire your work, Denise. I always have. That's why I brought you along. That is bullshit. Tell your friend Ice he can't act for shit.
Blue Jay pulls a
Also,
pack.
the only Shroud, thank you so much for the follow.
Blue Jay pulls out a pack of Marlboros out of her coat, lighting up immediately and going to sit on the hood of her nearby car. Her demeanor clearly signals that her part of the conversation is over, though her words leave a bitter aftertaste for everyone involved. To sympathize it, it must be exhausting, spending 2 days with people whose opinions are diametrically opposed to your own, having to listen in silence while they corroborate their own seemingly preposterous views. Having said that, however, I'm incredibly glad she stopped talking. It reminds me of a time when we got on much better. But the next question comes from Eve, her voice quivering.
Can we die here, Rob?
The quiet force of her words turned everyone's heads back towards Rob. It's clear that others have been thinking the same thing, and they're looking for Rob for an answer.
It's possible. The road ain't never killed no one before. Not so long as everyone followed the rules.
But you said it. But you said in your emails it was dangerous.
That's right.
But you didn't feel like telling us so we could die out here? Rob turns Lilith, clearly offended by her accusations.
In the 1920s, John Ebenroe killed 36 people and violated their bodies. In one of your videos, you guys went to his home in Virginia looking for a man's ghost. Buddy and Clyde once spent $500 to stay at the Iowa Murder House, a place that's supposed to possess its victims and force them to kill each other. If you all honestly believed in what you were chasing, you should be accepting death as an outcome every time you step out. We are looking for evidence of another world. What we're doing here is the scientific significance of the moon landings, the cultural significance of Columbus reaching the Americas, and a whole lot of people died doing both. If you accepted the risk chasing down a ghost of a 2-bit serial killer, you should be willing to accept the risk for this.
Lilith looks like she's been scolded by a parent. There's a fire in her eyes as she observes Rob's, meeting his criticism with scorn. Oh, so it's Ace's fault. He should have accepted the risk.
He did accept the risk. Ace made his decisions. He saw the dangers of the road firsthand and he kept on going. I told you this place could be dangerous, and maybe you didn't take that seriously, but you are not going to treat me like I lured any of you here under false pretenses.
We stand for a few moments in the uncomfortable void left by Rob's words. No one's quite sure where to look.
Well, what do we do now, Rob? We turn around? I ain't going to make that decision for you. If you want to split off and head back, I suggest you wait till morning and stagger your leaving times by hour. I ain't never seen what happened back there before, but this is most people I ever played the game with. Maybe that's doing something.
Okay, so he has done it with a lot of people before. Just nothing this bad has happened.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? Or that we know of?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's the only thing that's changed. Truth is, this ain't our world. By all rights, we shouldn't be here. Even when it's one car road, the road always tries to discourage you. Maybe it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip out unnoticed, but once it hits a certain point, it's like a...
Like an immune response. You think the road's pushing back on foreign objects?
And the bigger the group,
the more violent the response. Makes sense until Blue Jay laughs once more. Hearing her reaction, I reassess what I'm saying, but I can't help but feel a little foolish at the idea.
maybe. It's just a theory. I don't know.
A game theory.
I had to stop myself from doing that as well.
Oh, God. Alright. Rob collects himself, regaining his composure.
Either way, you all have the morning to decide if you want to keep on the road. Bristol, if you want to go home, you got to find someone to take you. I ain't ready to head back yet.
He turns away from the group and marches to the Wrangler. I don't see him again for the rest of the evening, and I have no intention of bothering him. Eve and Lilith immediately crowd around me, asking if I'm alright and taking turns to disparage Rob's actions. I can't help myself from join in. All I can bring myself to say is... Excuse me. Can I charge my phone in your car? The group was a little I can't speak. I can't speak. Good God.
Also, Cranial, thank you so much for the Prime for the Prime sub. Much
Yeah.
appreciated. I need those Bezos bucks more than he does.
All right.
Also, goddammit, how could you map pat me like this?
No, I will. I will continue. Let's see. You know what's really funny? I think I've only seen like one MatPat video in my entire life.
I actually just watched a little interview thingy that he did with Anthony Padilla.
Yeah, I need
today.
to watch that. I think that's the second interview with him, I think, because he did one before.
Yes.
I've
Yeah, well,
I've
because
seen
he
that.
talked about selling the company and he talked about
Yeah.
like all that stuff.
Yeah.
But no, the most recent one. It's the most recent one that he did where he was talking about how people
it
wanting
was
to
the live
be
show
famous and notoriety. Yeah, and he's just like disheveled at a McDonald's, and the guy's like,
Yeah,
"Are you Matt Pat?"
I saw
And he's
that
like,
clip.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good. It's a good clip.
Yeah, it is. The group has very little to say for the rest of the night. A deep solemnity hangs in the air, dampening any semblance of a good cheer like wet leaves on a dwindling fire. No one offers any conversation. Apollo's reservoir of quips have run dry. Everyone's wondering where they'll be going from here, pondering the sort of person they are in circumstances such as this. Do they press on towards danger, or back towards safe and familiar ground? It's a question they'll have to figure out for themselves, ideally before sunrise. I already have questions of my own. Why is she going down? About an hour after Rob's departure, bidding farewell for the rest of the group, I walk over to Lilith and Keeve's car. My bag is resting in the front seat, a black wire leading inside from the charging port. I decided not to tell the pair that I've been charging the detonator for a military-grade explosive less than 10 meters away from them. Perhaps it will come out during broadcasts. If you're listening to this, sorry girls. Pick up my bag and, checking that no one's looking, make a beeline for the apple grove. I march through the small wood, the air growing still, the sounds of the convoy quickly fading behind me. In the late evening darkness, with the moon shrouded by a legion of crooked trees, I'm puzzled that I'm not more afraid. I've seen what happens to this road, and as I pass through the grove and into the neighboring field, intentionally isolating myself from the rest of the group, I'm quite aware that help won't be coming for me. Even so, as the corn rises up in every direction around me, I find myself almost incapable of fear. The day's events have drained me of emotion, and now with everything else pulled away, I'm left with only one driving directive, an overpowering urge to figure this road out, regardless of what that entails. Judging the distance I've traveled to be acceptably out of range for the convoy, I take the block of C4 out of my bag and place it on the ground. Gritting my teeth, my body cringing with self-inflicted dread, I press the power button on the Nokia and wait for something to happen. But worries of instant disintegration are allayed slightly with the grainy image of two outstretched hands coming into view, swiftly replaced by a menu screen. I work fast, the words of the brown paper package constantly reminding me of what I'm putting at risk with every passing second. Firstly, I type my number onto Firstly, I type my own number into the phone, assuming, or at least
Yeah,
hoping,
somebody fucked up that sentence. That's not your fault.
Yeah. First, I type my number. Oh no, they just type. I type my own number. Yeah, I type my own number into the phone, assuming, or at least hoping, that the mechanism isn't activated by outgoing calls. A few seconds later, my cell phone rings, giving me the Nokia's number. Checking the call logs, I find a second different number, which seems to have made a call to the phone 3 times in quick succession. If I were a betting woman, which I sometimes am, I suggest this number belongs to whoever built the bomb. The calls representing an attempt to test the trigger prior to the implementation. If I'm right, then this should be the personal number of whoever's driving the crashed car. My third discovery is a bit more puzzling. No text has been sent from this phone. However, there is one solitary message residing in the phone's inbox. It's from a third separate number, and it reads thus: "Please don't do this, Rob." Ooh. I stare at the 4 words, the new information gratingly uncomfortable against my already preconceived theories. If this text is to be believed, if my previous deductions are all accurate, that means Rob Cathard was driving the car. That the C4 in the trunk had belonged to him. All this time, I thought Rob may have been responsible for something terrible. But what if he runs off the road himself? If that's the case, it leads to an entirely new question. Who is responsible for his crash? As I begin to think this over, the air explodes around me. I'm jolted by the examination by a powerful, echoing voice that reverberates the very air. The corn is thrown into a frenzy and the noise echoes in every direction, as if spoken by the air itself.
I've watched you questioning.
Without a second hesitation, I turn off the Nokia. Ooh, goodness. Without a second's hesitation, I turn off the Nokia and throw the block into my bag. I jump to my feet and scan the cornfield for whoever spoke the words, backing away towards the convoy. Suddenly, realizing how far I am from my friends, I break into a run, my boots pounding into the dirt as I flee back into the woods. Less than a minute later, I burst out through the trees, my bag swinging into the weight of the block. Everyone's in their cars, seemingly fast asleep. I was starting to think they were onto something, with no one to talk to, and a long day ahead of me. I suppose there's no further recourse but to catch my breath, write up my immediate thoughts, and then finally get some much-needed rest. I feel a dull pressure behind my eyes as I step towards the Wrangler, quietly opening the back door to my sleeping area. I carefully hide the block under my luggage, then silently close the door again. I wander around to the passenger side, where my notes are waiting to be typed. I reach out and grab the handle, gripping it tightly. I don't open the door. In fact, after a moment, I'm staring through the glass. I let go. The pressure behind my eyes give way, and before I know, I've slid down to the damp ground, my back against the cool, hard metal of the door. A whine catches in my throat as ugly tears stream down my cheeks. My breath shudders as I inhale, and my attempt to breathe out plays through the world as a quiet, declining sob. The tears take me by surprise, but I don't wipe them away. In a bittersweet way, they're welcome. Necessary, even. They carry with them a familiar sense of heart-rending release. By the time they run dry, I felt like I might have just been able to move from the events of the day. The sounds in my head are just a little quieter now. A little quieter now I've paid them due. You okay, honey? I pick myself up when I see Bonnie walking carefully over to the Wrangler. I brush myself out, a little embarrassed after being caught. I didn't know you were awake. I'm a light sleeper. And Martin, Clyde snores. Do you need someone to talk to? I think I just need sleep. Thanks, Bonnie. My name's Linda, if you're wondering. Alice. That's a beautiful name. Well, Alice, I don't talk much, but I know how to listen. If you ever want me to. For the first time since the pine fell, I find myself smiling. It's a weak smile, but a smile nonetheless. Thank you, Linda. I might have to take you up on that. Have a good night. Have a good night. Bonnie starts to walk back toward the car before pausing and turning around. One last piece of comfort to offer. And remember, everything will be alright once we get to Wintry Ray. Ooh. I frown a little, unsure what Bonnie means. She smiles back blatantly, but resumes the path back to the car. She's mentioned that place before, upon leaving Jubilation, in what seemed to be a moment of idle reminiscence. How she mentioned it just now didn't seem like reminiscence at all. After everything is going on, all the suspicion I've had about directing at Rob, all my worry for Ace is something the matter with Bonnie? Perhaps I'm misunderstanding. Perhaps Bonnie misspoke. All the same, the brief comfort of words afforded me has already faded away, leaving a familiar feeling of confusion and paranoia in this place. I let myself into the passenger seat, typing a few pressing notes, and then climbing through onto the mater benches. Sleep doesn't come easily. I close my eyes and I try to convince myself that tomorrow will be better than this harrowing day. Yet, every time I make that particular argument, a voice in my head responds, "That may depend on which way you turn." Ew. Ooh, so Bonnie's done this before.
Maybe Bonnie's a little bit off.
Bonnie being a little weird. Very interesting.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge.
Yes.
All right. So, question for you.
Yeah.
do we want to read part 5 and then call that for the end of the day?
I think we should. That way it's halfway through, and then we could do a part 2, either maybe later this month or next month.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Because we are about
Alright,
to
sounds good.
approach 4 hours. We're like 30 minutes away from the 4
Yeah,
hour
that's what I was
marker.
just thinking as well.
Okay, I need to go piss, though.
All right.
So I will be...
Yeah. All right. Go
gotta-
piece.
I gotta-
I will read the title thingy and then I will talk to chat. while we're
Yes! Alright.
done. Okay. All right. So part 5 of the left-right game. Hi guys. It's been a long week, but I finally got my computer to post the next log. I've been working overtime to afford both London rent and Christmas presents. Hasn't been fun. Anyway, I can't say much more since this log's one of the longer ones. I'll try and get the next one up a little sooner. Thanks for all your help. So, this one's going to be one of the longer logs. Oh, everyone seems a little bit tweaked. Also, just the whole sentence of, like, please don't do this, Rob. Just, ooh, that's very concerning. Like, uh-oh. Who was Rob on the trip with before? What's going on? Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to keeping this going. And as Tome and I were mentioning earlier, we're hoping to do this every like month or so. Due to my schedule and just busyness, unfortunately, trying to do more than that at this current time isn't really doable. So we're going to do what we can to make sure that we can do this at least as a monthly thing. So, Moth and Mouse reads, spooky stories. That'd actually be a good name for it. But yeah, I think that's gonna be a good one for us. And obviously, this is our first run at this. However, we have ideas on making it better, things that we are probably going to improve upon, things we're going to adjust, all that good stuff. So if you enjoy listening to people read and intermittently talk to each other and whatnot, then hopefully you'll come join us again for future readings. Thank you as well for your patience while we work through this and getting snacks and food and all that good stuff. Because you don't think that it's going to tire you out to read, but no, it can. It can make you real fucking eepy. But I hope you're all taking good care of yourselves out there as well. That you're all taking your own bathroom breaks. You're all eating something. You drink something. Do yourselves a med check. All that good stuff.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, just making sure that y'all are taking best care of yourselves as you can.
You better be. I'll kill you.
Strangling you.
I'm strangling you. I'll find you. I'll find you. Okay.
So no big updates or anything in the beginning of this. Quite literally, just him talking about that it's Christmas time. He can't say much more because this current log that we're about to read is one of the longer ones.
Oh boy, scrolling down. Holy shit. Yeah, we're digging up through this.
Yeah.
one. Fuck.
Yeah,
okay.
that's one of the reasons. Like, I pre-read that sentence and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we're definitely gonna want to call it after this one, I think.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Let me get some water.
Wagger.
All right. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, February 11th, 2017. The next morning, everything's the same. It's strange. We're usually so blind to the quiet consistency in our everyday lives, only really taking notice once things change. Yet, as I stir in a spiral of honey into my oatmeal and glance around the group, there's a notable lack of change that truly stands out. Since the previous evening, the atmosphere surrounding the convoy and the demeanor of each member doesn't seem to have altered in the slightest. The night has fallen short and integral as a grand meridian, failing to partition the passive future, bringing with it neither perspective nor closure. Oh God, that was a sentence and a half. Good God. Oh. It's as if yesterday has spilled like a toppled brush pot into the next morning, coloring everything with the same temperaments, fears, and divisions. Lilith and Eve sit facing each other, their legs crossed onto the plastic ground sheet. Neither are saying very much, albeit for the vastly different reasons. Lilith is still preoccupied by her own smoldering indignation, whereas Eve looks overcome with a subtle but pervasive dread. Oh, sorry, the fucking the Patreon thing popped up to scare the shit out of me. Because the audio changes.
I've actually been like, yeah. So when I realize it's reaching a certain point in the video, I actively have been going to the video, and now I'm just like pushing it back to the start before that happens, specifically because I don't want to get jump scared with a bright yellow screen.
All right, where was I? Let's cross my Grancy. Neither are saying very much, albeit for vastly different reasons. Lilith is still preoccupied by her own smoldering indignation, whereas Eve looks overcome with a subtle but pervasive dread. Neither have taken food from Rob's stove, a decision I suspect Lilith made for the both of them. Apollo, Bonnie, and Clyde are across from me. Apollo is making conversation, attempting to revive his usual good humor. Bonnie and Clyde help him out, laughing at his jokes and smiling along with his stories. Blue Jay hasn't stepped out of her car all morning, eating her own rations and maintaining a welcome distance from the rest of the group. Her eyes met mine as I look her way, and I'm treated to a sharp, sardonic dismissal. And Rob is attending to the practicalities of the road, serving breakfast, then topping up the Wrangler from one of the hulking jerry cans. It's clear the routine is comforting to him. I can easily imagine this is how he deals with a great many problems. Compartmentalizing. God, that is such. I hate that word. It's such a long word. Compartmentalizing.
It is.
Recasting himself as a blunt instrument engaged in a set of necessary processes. He's made himself too busy for grief, and will likely remain so until the feeling fades. As coping Tome, you can read. You could do
Do you need
this.
another sip of water?
You could do. No, I'm good. As coping mechanisms go, it isn't remotely healthy. I should know. I'm doing pretty much the exact same thing. Clyde, can I get a few words? Clyde looks up from his food, a little spice. Oh, God.
You want me? I want me.
I want me so bad.
I want me so bad.
I hate that you gave him that voice. Yeah.
I remembered he doesn't speak much until
They're
pretty
both
late
really
on, so I was
shy.
like, it'll be a
They're
fun
both
surprise.
supposed to be very shy.
I'm just a simple man from Wisconsin.
Yeah, if that's not too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. You want to do it now? Not too hungry.
Shit. Holy shit. This is the best and worst character you could have given that voice to. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Oh, no, me neither. That would be great, thank you. Would you mind if we moved away from the stove? Clyde notes unscatedly. Putting my bowl to one side, I take Clyde to the edge of the apple grove. Nobody looks after us.
How are you holding up, Bristol?
Getting there. How about you?
I'm getting by.
Is it good for me like it was for you?
Oh, yeah, no, it's so good.
So can I ask, why did you choose Bonnie and Clyde as your call signs?
Well, it came pretty easy. We used to play outlaws when we were kids. One time, Bonnie stuck up a big.
Really?
Well, no, it was an ice cream parlor. But Bonnie was pretending it was a bank, and when she ran in holding her hand like a gun, told Mrs. Guilford that it was a stick-up.
Wow, that doesn't seem like her.
Oh, no, she was a wild child. Always living in a story. Anyway, we got free Sundays and the new nickname in town after that. When Rob told us about the call signs, it was the first thing we thought of.
It's a good choice.
This is a stick-up.
I pause.
Thanks for the head pats.
God. I pause, letting the previous subject. I still need to send you the Warhammer like speeches for you to narrate.
Yes.
God,
I will
need
do
to
that. I
remember
will
that.
happily. That'll be one of the first things I record in my new booth.
Oh, please. I paused, letting the previous subject fade before launching into the next one. All things considered, this may be the last time me and Clyde are on such casual speaking terms. Bonnie told me she talked to the hitchhiker. Clyde's disposition shifts. There's a sudden alertness that wasn't there before, rushing to the foray in immediate response to my words. In the following silence, at the center of his wide-eyed stare, an educated guess suddenly becomes much more.
When did she tell you?
I'm sorry, Clyde. She didn't. You just did. Oh!
Oh, you bastard!
I can almost see the stone fall in Clyde's throat. The deep, burning embarrassment and the hurt that comes from being deceived. From a close secret you held getting out into the world. I don't feel exceptional either. Lying to Clyde, bringing him away from Bonnie under the guise of an interview, beyond the personal abhorrence. It also flies in the face of everything I try to be as a journalist. Clyde can't bring himself to talk, so I press forward. I think I might be best you call Bonnie over here. Nodding vaguely, Clyde wordlessly shuffles back to Bonnie, whispering in her ear. She puts a hand on his shoulder and helps herself up. Whatever he's told her, she doesn't seem angry. As she joins us beneath the shade of the apple trees. I didn't want to cause any troubles, and Clyde's been looking forward to this trip for so long. I didn't want us to turn back. I'm sorry. What happened, Bonnie? She just said 2 words. I wasn't talking to him. I was doing what Rob said, but then I just said, bless you. That's all it was. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he sneezed.
Oh, that's so evil. That's really good.
That's
that would
genius,
break me. I
actually.
would say bless you instinctively.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my
That's-
god.
That's it. That's it? Well, he thanked me, and then he was just so easy to talk to. I thought, well, I've already talked to him. What will a few words do?
Oh, Bonnie, no.
Already know!
She hardly said anything else.
What about him? Did he say anything? Bonnie started to smile the same way she did last night, a dreamy, enthused expression glowing with reminiscent joy. He told me about this wonderful place. Wasn't it wonderful, Martin?
Bonnie.
Just a few houses by the sea. But he made it sound so nice.
Bonnie, please.
What's wrong? I can talk about it, right? When I look back to Clyde, his lips are firmly pressed together, his facial muscles tight. He's holding something back, but what slips through betrays the poignant dismay.
It's all you talk about, Bonnie. You mentioned it a few times after, and since Jubilation, you ain't stopped.
Are you guys talking about Wintery Bay? Clyde grimaces and Bonnie grins when they hear the name. Bonnie, where are we headed then? Are we heading there? The hitchhiker said it's on our way. I'm so looking forward to seeing it. Oh, I have a feeling Wintry Bay is just going to be absolutely awful, and she's going to think it's the best thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this desolate land, and she's gonna think it's paradise.
It reminds me of a Warhammer thing, and one of the Chaos gods, Slanesh, you know, the haha funny sex murder drugs rock and roll god.
Mm-hmm.
There is the realm of Slanesh, which is, I think it's 7 layers or 9. I can't remember the exact number. And each layer is
It would make sense if it was 7.
Each layer is no, it's 9 because 9 is Slanesh's number. No, is it? No, it's 7. 7. It's do the math. I can't remember. But each layer is like
one of
a
those two.
temptation, and then if you fall to that temptation, so let's say there's one realm, one layer that it's like it's all this wonderful food. The water is like honeyed milk and all that stuff. It's insane. And if you drink from it, the reality immediately switches, and you get like rot and decay. But then you're like tied down, you can't stop, and things are like holding you or like force. That's what I'm expecting it to be. So I have a feeling it's like we're gonna see something awful, and Bonnie thinks it's the best thing ever. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, that's what I'm expecting. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I feel the same. And it's safe to say Clyde agrees with me. Before now, I'd only hear Bonnie mention Witchery Bay on 2 occasions. but it sounds like she's talked about it a whole lot more. I sympathize with Clyde for what he's had to deal with. However, it's gross irresponsibility of his actions. Oh, it lost me either. Oh yeah, because she mentioned Wintery Bay after the hitchhiker.
Yeah.
Because they mentioned one thing, and then she said Wintery Bay, and Clyde said something, and then she swapped
Yeah, he's
to
like,
Sharon
oh yeah, I
something
guess
for
so.
real, and then Rob cut in. Does Rob know?
Yeah. When he said like that he wanted to keep the radio chatter
Yeah.
down.
All right. Does Rob know?
I didn't want to.
You didn't want to trouble him, or you just did not want him to turn you around. I'm all right, really. Well, either way, you need to tell Rob before we hit the road. Clyde shuffles uncomfortably. I'm not going to do it for you, but too much has happened on the trip already. This place is dangerous, okay? There's no place for lies anymore. I hope that Clyde doesn't see the irony, given that I've already roundly deceived him in the past. Given that I've roundly deceived him in the past 5 minutes. He nods, takes Bonnie's hand, and walks slowly towards the Wrangler. Rob is loading the last of the fold-up chairs onto the back of the car. The conversation doesn't last long, but by the end of it, Rob rests his hands on Bonnie's shoulder and sends them on their way. He doesn't look mad. Perhaps he just has other things on his mind. You take a quick sip of water.
I'm gonna have a chip.
Yeah, hippie time. Sippy. Ugh, my nose is also itchy. Alright. That's the second thing I've noticed today that's inherently non-journalistic. That I've done today that is inherently non-journalistic. I was supposed to be a fly on the wall for this story, a passenger, recording events with objective detachment without my own influence seeping into the proceedings. In many ways, I wish I still was, but the stakes are higher now, and those secrets make for good editorial. They're also potentially damaging to the safety of the group. Following the incident with Ace, I'm slightly less concerned with the unbiased story that I'm getting than I am with getting home to tell it. Rob looked like he's about to make his morning address. The group wanders over, some more reluctantly than others, and gathers around the Wrangler.
First things first, I want to say that, well, tempers got a little heated last night, and that I'm sorry for my part and all that. I want to thank you for coming with me this far. And if you want to turn back, well, that's just fine.
The group stays silent.
If you are heading back, I'd say if you travel one by one, be sure to stay on the radios, retrace the route, and follow all the rules that applied when you were getting here. Now, can I get a show of hands who's wanting to keep going on the road?
I observe my compatriots closely. The definites will be Bonnie and Clyde, who've already implied that they want to continue, and also Blue Jay, who feels she has nothing to worry about from the road. Apollo is in the wind. Lilith and Nate are probably a split vote. All in all, this could be the moment of our convoy splits in half. Blue Jay throws up her hand lazily. Bonnie and Clyde predictably raise theirs. Apollo raises his a few moments later.
Hey, I've come this far.
That leaves Lilith and Eve. After sharing a brief glance with her friend, Lilith raises her hand and Eve follows suit, albeit with an air of trepidation. I'm surprised that no one's turning back after everything that's happened yesterday, but it's clear everyone has their own reasons. I'm just glad I don't have to say goodbye to anyone. I set about trying to divine everyone's motives for continuing on the road, but I quickly stopped when I realized everyone's looking at me. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm going. That way. I gesture to the road ahead of me and raise my hand redundantly.
Well, okay. I guess that's everyone then. We got a fair way to travel today, but there ain't much to see. Just follow the rules and take things as they come, I guess.
As we pull out, I start to feel a little restless. The sedentary nature of travel is beginning to take its toll, and I'm starting to feel overfamiliar with the Wrangler's passenger seat. I'm glad that I got a chance to stretch my legs last night. Rolling Elysian cornfields span the roadsides for the next 5 hours. Turns are few and far between, but Rob's attention never wavers. I only managed to grasp his attention briefly. Aren't Jeeps supposed to have poor fuel economy?
They ain't the best. That's why I always bring gas along.
It's just The fuel gauge has hardly moved since we left this morning.
You noticed that, huh? I was wondering if you were gonna.
Why? What have you done to it?
Nothing. It's the road. Makes fuel burn slower.
Seriously?
Ain't just that either. You finished your food this morning?
No, why?
Hardly anyone did, except Apollo. More you go, the less you need to keep going.
Okay. Wait, you said the road pushes against you.
Yep.
But now you're making it sound like it's helping us along?
Yep.
So, it's hostile whilst also incentivizing us. It sounds odd to me.
Sounds like life to me. Reasons to stop, reasons to keep going.
Interesting. Okay. I suppose that makes sense. Despite his well-documented obsession with the secrets of the road, Rob seems to have a strangely
Laissez-faire.
laissez-faire attitude to its internal logic. It's like the road doesn't need to make perfect sense to him, or at least he doesn't expect it to yet. As the fresh rural air drifts in through the window, I lose myself to the hypnotic endlessness of the passing fields. I wonder how many eyes have seen these vistas. I wonder where we are, not geographically, but in a grander sense. Are we still in the world as I know it? Are we beyond it? Below it? Or are we just slipped through the cracks into some intermediate domain? Rob slows the car down to a crawl, a precaution that he takes before most corners. My eyes wander back into the Wrangler, finally resting on the rear view. There's something behind us, a humanoid figure, shrouded in a soft focus of considerable distance. It staggers quickly towards the convoy, unsure on its own feet. Rob, what is that? Rob follows my gaze to the rearview mirror, his brow furrows.
Something new.
Rob grabs the receiver before he can make an announcement. The speaker sputters its static, followed by Eve's frantic voice.
Guys, there's something behind us. Guys, something's coming after us. Blue Jay, can you see it?
Blue Jay doesn't answer. I doubt she considers it worth her time. A squealing panic rings out of the radio as Eve calls again.
Is it from Jubilation? Guys? Guys!
Calm everyone a little.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat that? Just
Sure. Where did it cut out?
just repeat that line, the last line. Of Rod.
Let's pick up the pace a little.
Yeah. Rob lets his foot rest heavier on the gas. The Wrangler gently accelerates, with the rest of the convoy eagerly matching our speed.
Who is that, Rob? I ain't sure, but we got a turn coming up. Let's just get ourselves off the road and see if it follows.
The figure continues to stumble towards us. Its arms hang crookedly in the air. As it comes to the sharper focus, I can just make out that there's something wrong with its face.
Oh god, what if it's Ace?
Oh, I would hate that.
Mm-hmm. You just finished with
Yes.
its face, right?
Yeah, its face.
Guys, speed up, please. Please?
Calm down.
It's coming for us!
I can sympathize with Eve's panic. I've had the luxury of traveling at the head of the convoy. I was the first across with that godforsaken pine which dropped across the road. Eve is now second to last, relying on 3 other cars to make their escape before she can follow. Ace had to wait for the rest of us, and it cost him everything. Now Eve and Lilith are 1 car closer to being where he was.
Its face. Oh my god, guys, please!
Jesus, shut up! Hey, that is not helping. Rob, it's moving pretty fast. We stay the course. It ain't caught up just yet.
Oh god, oh god, oh god!
Rob's warnings are cut short by the screeching of tires. Eve swerves out of the convoy's neat single-file line and onto the empty stretch of road beside us. The car accelerates past Bonnie and Clyde, past Apollo. I get a brief glimpse of Eve and Lilith in our windows in line. Lilith is yelling at Eve, trying to get her to calm down. Eve is screaming in the air and the puppet of her own frenetic terror. The car shoots past us and down the road long ahead. Rob squares and picks up the radio. The figure continues to lurch towards us.
Fairman to Eve and Lilith. Stop the car right now.
Eve, slow down!
Eve, goddammit, you're gonna...
I stare through the windshield as the car stops. Not a slow, grinding deceleration, but an unequivocal, immediate halt. Their bodies are thrown forwards against the safety glass. The car becomes utterly motionless. Rob, what's happening?
I told him to be careful.
Why's what's? I no longer need to answer. I realize that it's running right in front of me, etched into the side of the road. A brief gap of the endless row of golden corn, only a little wider than the Wrangler itself. A dirt track leads off to the left, about 10 meters ahead of us. About 15 meters behind Lilith and Eve, I now understand why Rob was being so careful, and why Eve should have been as well. They missed the next turn. Oh, so they just hit a wall.
Yeah, they just like they went too far past where the next turn was supposed to be, and they just kind of hit like where they're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ferryman to all cars. I found the turn. Let's make it quick. Eve and Lilith, you stay in the car. I'm coming to get both of you.
Rob flicks on his start signal, preparing the group for the sharp left corner, and slams his foot on the accelerator. Lilith and Eve disappear behind the wall of corn as we pull down the dirt track. Rob keeps driving until enough space is left for the rest of the group. Once they're all safely pulled in, Rob climbs into the back of the car, grabs his rifle, and jumps out onto the path. I quickly climb out and follow behind him. When we arrive on the main road, the figure is covered a considerable distance, finally drawing near enough for me to see what's wrong with its face. At a certain point, midway from the crown of its head, running up a straight line down past its cheeks and underjaw, the head simply stops. It's like the foremost section of the skull has been sliced cleanly off. It is bent inwards. His entire face concave and shrouded completely in a deep shadow. A ghastly organic hood that seems to be deeper than the physics should allow. That isn't all that's wrong with the picture, however. The man's outstretched arms are bent in several places. Dark purple contusions blossom at every unnatural joint as if his arms have been broken multiple times. His legs are also bent to one side. The reason for the irregular walk is still carries him towards us. Rob looks shaken as he raises a rifle on his shoulder, bidding the figure to turn around. The man ignores Rob as the man, continuing its march. Even when a bullet hits it square in the chest, the figure hardly slows down. We're forced to jump out of the way as it continues down the road, even Lilith cowering in their locked car as it approaches. Fear shifts into confusion as the creature passes them by, and down the road, and continues down the road, as if it doesn't even know we're here. Rob breathes a sigh of relief and lowers the gun and runs back to the rest of the convoy. The moment he leaves, my mind notes something peculiar. In the utterly bizarre observation, especially considering the many otherworldly facets of the retreating creature, there's something familiar about it, specifically in a fashion sense. The shirt, the dirt-covered jeans, they aren't dissimilar to the ones I found in the brown leather duffel bag resting atop the block of C4. Ooh. Reaching into my pocket, pulling out my phone, I scroll through my list of contacts. As the man heaves himself down the road, I call the second number I discovered last night. The one in the Nokia's received call list. The number that likely belonged to whoever created the bomb and whoever was driving that car that day. After a few moments, a ringtone disrupts the creature's silent walk. I end the call, realizing how reckless I've been in praying that the strange figure doesn't see my action to excuse the turnaround. I'm lucky, this time at least. The dial tone cuts out, and the figure continues to stumble its way towards the horizon. The next thing I hear is a scream. Scanning the source, I see Eve, her door open, and with one foot out of the car, she's frantically pulling at her leg, seeming unable to lift it from the tarmac. Oh! With shaking fingers, Eve clumsily unties her shoelace and lifts her leg back into the car. Her boot stays in place, and it's possible to make out the slight elasticity of the road below it, a depression in the tarmac around its base. Slowly and steadily, the sole of the boot disappears into the road. Eve watches as the dark tarmac slowly sucks the boot down, enveloping the heel and dragging it beneath the surface. The thought comes to Eve at the same moment it does to me. We both fix our eyes to the back of the car, where the same soft indent is gradually developing around the tires. Tires with a Y, clearly British.
It wasn't an invisible wall. Oh fuck.
It wasn't. It's quicksand! Eve's terrified screams is drowned out by the blare of revving engines. I jump out as the rest of the convoy reverse out of the corner and back onto the main road. Blue Jay, Bonnie and Clyde, Apollo, and Rob finally park themselves chaotically around me. Rob jumps in and poaches.
They ain't pulled back yet?
As soon as he asks the question, he sees the sight before him. Only the neck of Eve's boost remains in the ground, sinking ever further into the tarmac. The road gradually becoming, but voraciously churns at the car's tires, consuming the rubber and swallowing the lowest edge of the wheel cover. In the midst of such an impossible sight, all I can say is Rob is, they're trying. Lilith and Eve hit the gas hard. The engine growls the robe as it furiously attempts to reverse, the undercarriage creaking and groaning from the sheer mechanical strain. The wheels themselves, however, don't rotate an inch. The tires belong to a road now, taken by the unknowable forces that continue to drag them into the earth. The engine chokes, defeated, and I can see Eve screaming into her fists as the roadway calmly continues its work.
God damn it, we can't reach him. Tell him to get on top of the car. What's happening, Rob? Bristol, tell him to get on the roof.
Rob marches off to the Wrangler. The rest of the convoy gather the road, just in line with the left turn, where we assume the safe to stand. Everyone, saving Blue Jay, looks in on an anxious silence. Eve, Lilith, I need you to get on top of the car, okay, guys?
We're sinking. Oh fuck, we're...
Eve, I'm trying to help you. Rob's working on something, but you need to climb onto the roof of the car. Don't think about anything else. Open the door, wind down your window, and use it as a foothold. Eve is still deaf with worry. Lilith doesn't hesitate. She places one hand on the upper rim of the open door, one foot at the base of the open window, and her free hand palm down on the car's roof. The door rocks on its hinges. She puts her weight onto it. In one strong motion, she pushes herself backwards until she's sitting on top of the car. The tarmac is swallowed by the way swallowed its way to the car's lower chassis. Eve stares, transfixed by the road as it pulls her even closer. Sarah, look at me! Ooh, that was bad. Sarah, that was worse.
Sarah, I think that was worse.
Sarah, look at me. I can't do the Valley Girl. Oh my god. Sarah, look at me. Lilith is crouching up the car's roof, her hands reaching down to Eve. Her friend's voice seems to be the one that can break Eve's fearful commune with the waiting abyss. She turns around, Lilith's hand a few inches from her face. Lilith, get up here. I need some water. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it. Do you want me to take over the narration for a minute?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Alright. Lilith crouched on the car's hood, her hand reaching down to Eve. Her friend's voice seemed to be the only thing that can break Eve's fearful oh yeah, get up here. Okay. Her eyes brimming with tears, fought back by rapid, shallow breaths. Eve grabs Lilith's hand. Lilith gets a solid handhold over the lip of her own doorway and heaves Eve up onto the roof of the car. Eve shrieks a little as the door swings, putting all their trust in Lilith's grit. She joins her friends on the roof as the road consumes the lower edge of the door, spilling into the car's cabin like magma.
Damn it, they're too far away.
Rob has returned for the Wrangler, rapidly uncoiling a braid of long, light blue climber's rope. I've seen it resting in the back of the car during the trip, never once thinking that I'd see it used. Rob threads one end of the rope through a carabiner and secures it in place with a tight knot. He holds it aside as he shouts to Lilith and Eve.
Okay, listen. We only got one shot at this. I'm gonna throw you the hook, and you're gonna catch it and yank it taut, alright? Then you hook it onto something and climb your way over. Don't let it fall, okay?
Lilith looks pale. She nods before clambering to her feet and stepping to the back of the car. Eve watches on, her hands wrapped around her legs.
Well, here goes nothing.
Rob begins to swing the rope over his head, a large undulating circle that quickly levels out as the weight of the carabiner eases the rope onto a flat plane. I instinctively shrug down as the rope passes over my head, swinging faster and faster. Gritting his teeth, his face reddening with the towering pressure of the single throw, Rob lets the rope fly. It arcs into the air. It arcs in the air like a cast fishing line towards Lilith's outstretched hands. I watch it pass in front of her, the metal of the carabiner glinting in the sun as it falls. She catches it, grasping to the rope with her shaking hands. Despite her victory, I can see the face contort with sudden and striking panic. She holds onto the rope high overhead, staring wildly down at the rope between us. Following her eyes, my heart falls. She's caught the rope, but she didn't pull it taut fast enough. Even with Rob continuing to hold his end above his head, the rope has too much slack from when it landed in Lilith's hands. It's fallen in a sloping arc, the lowest point of which scraping against the tarmac. It only rests a few precious seconds before Lilith finds herself unable to pull it free. It sinks into the ground. The rope starts to brush gently against Rob's fingers before it throws it to the ground.
God damn it! Okay, If I got something else, something we can put down.
The empty jerry cans. They could step on.
Too unstable, and we have to throw them perfect. Okay. Okay.
The road has claimed about half the car now. Eating the license plate in the vehicle sinks lower and lower. Lilith looks helplessly on as we deliberate. Eve is crying out behind her.
We could get a ground sheet.
We ain't got one.
We ain't got one that'll stretch.
Oh, oops. Oh, well, what about...
It's all good. I'm going out there.
Apollo's blanket statement catches us all by surprise. Turning his direction, I note a direct and powerful confidence in his manner.
They aren't gonna No worries. They aren't gonna last much longer. It takes a second for the road to get you, and that's how they got so far ahead before they stopped. I drive out, they jump onto my car, and then we climb back. I ain't got more rope. You got the winch, right? And if I drive out with it bunched up on my lap, I can make sure it never goes slack. Then I hook it up onto my roof bars, and we get the hell out of Dodge. You got the best car for it, but I should drive out there. You need to work the winch. Bonnie and Clyde's can't climb back.
He skips over his rationale for not choosing Blue Jay, not wanting to waste time on a foregone conclusion. What about me? I'm lighter. The climb back would be easier.
But you can't help them when they're jumping over. We're wasting time. You know it's a good idea.
Rob takes a moment to consider it, his mind fighting for a better solution.
You get it back here, Apollo. Sorry. You better get back here, Apollo. Don't plan on hanging around here, Rob.
Apollo grins before sprinting to his rover. Rob, wasting no time, runs to the winch. Switching it to manual, it unspools the heavy-duty rope. His hands cross over as he drops each new link to the ground. I turn back to Lilith. Did you hear that, Lilith? Lilith is huddled up next to Eve, attempting to comfort her as the car's headlights disappear in the depths of the road. Her head snaps round when I call. What's happening? Apollo's coming to you. You have to jump onto his car and climb back over, okay? Okay. She hurries over to Eve. She hurries back to Eve, grasping her friend's shoulders as she relays the plan.
Okay, that'll hold.
Rob's climbing down from the hood of the Wrangler. He feeds the winch cable around and through the lighting rig, ensuring a good level of clearance on the way out, and more importantly, for the climb back. The rope has already been fed through Apollo's driver's seat window. Bonnie and Clyde are helping to throw Apollo's baggage out of the trunk and onto the road behind him. The less he has to lose this trip, the better.
All right, we have a little ad break happening on my end, so I'm gonna take the opportunity.
It's stretchy. Big stretch.
Big sweaties. Oh my goodness.
And yours is gonna start in probably about a minute.
Yeah, it's about to start.
Yeah.
Taking the moment.
Now, I mentioned before I have read this story before, or I've at least listened to it.
Yeah.
And this chapter is the one I remember the most vividly.
It's really engaging. I really like. I feel a good amount of tension. Like, I'm very happy their first plan failed and they have a backup. So now it really feels like it is all or nothing, and we can risk 3 people. We already risked 2
with the fact
cars.
that they yeah, exactly. It's like they're already risking 2 cars, and they've already taken the steps to try to do, like the first plan didn't work out, and the second plan, if it fails, there's no time.
Yeah.
Like, the car's already sunk up to like the footwell.
Yeah, it is doing really good. So, now, I want to know is who's going to die. I feel like Lilith is for sure going to live. And it's either Apollo or Eve is going to die. Apollo, i.e., sacrifices himself, or Eve just couldn't make it. I know Lilith is more than likely going to survive this.
Yeah, like, she's going to try to do the leap first.
Yeah.
And she's going to make it across, and Eve's not going to make it.
Yeah. Either that or Apollo does something to make Eve make it, and he has to sacrifice himself. That is my assumption.
My other theory, my other worry is that it's like Lilith makes it across, but then tries to go back to get to Eve, which makes it so that Eve survives, but she doesn't.
Yeah. Or this goes absolutely
Eve
horribly.
has to...
Or other option. if you made it, if you enter that zone, no matter what, you are doomed.
Oh, like into the tarmac zone?
Yeah, if you are in the tarmac zone, you are doomed. It doesn't matter. If you are in that zone, you are done for.
Maybe.
Because you did break the rule. Because, like, this game...
I'm not too sure.
The game seems to, like, be like, if you break the rules, shit happens. It doesn't matter. So... I don't know. My ads are over. So whenever you are back.
Yeah, mine is ending in like 5 seconds here.
Okay. Yeah, but that's my theory, is... I think Lilith is going to live, and it's either Apollo or Eve. I think Eve is going to die. I think Apollo is going to live.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
like Apollo. I like Apollo.
I know, there's
now.
a part of you who's like...
I
yeah,
really
there's
hope...
this part of you who's like, oh no, I've endeared myself to him.
So real quick, so if you touch the road, you are stuck. It doesn't matter. Nothing is going to get out. The tires will not even move. They won't spin.
There's like a dead zone around the vehicle. It's not just where the vehicle is. It's like there's a dead zone around the vehicle that is this like almost like liquid tar / quicksand.
From what they made it sound like, it's the moment the threshold of that turn is where it is. And because they were going so fast, they were able to get a certain distance out.
Yeah, because that's the other thing is like how far can they test? Because the thing is, you have to assume that they were going fast enough to probably make it a little bit of a ways into the dead zone.
Yeah, that's
before they got stuck.
Yeah, that's what they're
But
saying. Cause
probably only like a couple feet.
No, because they said they have enough for Apollo's car to be in there. Apollo's car is gone. So it's so the plan is get Apollo's car in there and have them jump to that car. So they have enough distance that he can get in there for them to jump into it. And then they have enough distance to jump into it. However, they don't have enough distance like jump out of it. So they have to use the car to get over.
Yeah.
Because then they have to
true.
climb the rope.
Right.
They have to climb the rope over. So my guess is they were good like 20 feet into it.
Yeah, give or take.
Maybe
hence,
more.
like, having to take such a wide arc with the rope
Yeah.
when they were trying to anchor it to the other vehicle.
Yeah.
Also, hi, Scripps and Lion.
Hey, Lion.
Same. Sometimes you got to do the L shape with your hands.
I still fucked that up. All right. Let's
All right,
go.
ready?
Yep. All right. Apollo slams...
I'll set up over here.
No, keep going.
Okay. See you on the other side, Rob.
Apollo slams his foot onto the accelerator. The Range Rover bolts forward and powers through the threshold. The engine roars as he rockets past the left turn and keeps going into the territory beyond. It's a few precious seconds he has. He crosses the distance but towards the two terrified girls. The wrench rope streams through the air and then suddenly pulls tight. Apollo is thrown forwards as the car comes to an uncompromising stop, roughly a meter's distance from Lilith and Eve's. The impact looks brutal, but Apollo somehow manages to keep hold of the rope and, inexplicably, his sense of humor.
I don't think I got the insurance for this.
You think Apollo would say, it's right behind me, guys, isn't it?
He is that kind of person.
Clumsily, still feeling the after effects of the sudden stop, Apollo throws open his door and starts to climb out.
Take the slack, Rob.
My attention fixes on Apollo. Here, the mechanical wear of the winch kicks into life. As Apollo climbs out of his car and onto the rip, he affixes the hook to the end of the winch of one of his roof bars, securing it in place. A few moments later, the rope is pulled straight. Apollo steps down from the hood of his car, his arms outstretched to the girls. It's a short jump, but they have to make it to from a lower elevation. The trunk of the car already sinking to the ground level.
Okay, come on, I got you. We gotta move fast now.
Lilith stands up, helping Eve to her feet before stepping down to the rapidly disappearing trunk. Okay. Lilith yelps as she throws herself towards Apollo. Her front foot plants itself onto the hooded car, her other leg flailing for the air behind her. Apollo grabs her by the arms and yanks her onto the car, holding her close to him as she gets her bearing on the smooth metal of the hood. When she's stable, he lets her crawl onto the roof where she immediately looks back to Eve.
See, Eve? Nothing to it. Come on now.
Eve paces back, her hands shaking as she contemplates the jump. Fighting against her screaming instincts, Eve squeals as she steps across the trunk and makes the leap across, the toe of her shoe lifting off the car mere seconds before it descends into the murky black pitch of the road. Eve lands short of her destination. One desperate, grasping arm makes contact with Apollo's as her leg bangs and scrapes against the rover's grill, scrambling for any conceivable purchase. Apollo is wrenched sideways by the force of Eve's landing, throwing off balance by the unexpected application of her whole weight. In the gut-churning moments that follow, Apollo tugs Eve up to his chest and wraps an arm around her, his center of gravity passing over the edge of the car. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Apollo's gone. I know it. Oh, no. The fall takes a lifetime, wrapped up in each other's arms. Even Apollo tumbled towards the patient, ravenous ground in the split second before he leaves the hood of the car. Apollo uses his last inch of footing to push himself into a slow turn. The twist continues as they fall until Eve is looking to the road. Apollo to the pale blue sky. In one final action, Apollo pierces Eve's waist, holding her at arm's length. Apollo's back thuds into the asphalt, his head smacking audibly against it. Dazed and confused, he managed to hold Eve aloft, keeping everything but her feet from joining him on the hard ground.
Get back up. Quickly, get back up.
Her face shredded by fear and guilt and sorrow, Eve stares into Apollo's eyes and whimpers. Collecting herself, she pushes herself off him, ripping out her laces, and leaving a shoe and a sock behind as she clambers back onto the Range Rover. With every moment, she whispers a quivering apology.
It's okay. It's okay. Go on. It's okay.
He repeats those two words over and over until I'm not even sure who he's talking to. The road elasticizes around him, dragging him down into the depths, and Eve looks back to him, her face cringing in misery. Bonnie buries her face in Clyde's chest, unable to watch the next few moments unfold.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Just get going, okay? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, really.
Apollo's ears sink beneath the road, entering a new world of perfect silence. Apollo sees the end nearing.
Oh God, Rob! Rob!
I won't play his final moments, and for your benefit and ultimately for his, before he sinks into the road, Apollo asks for Rob to talk to his family. He wants Rob to tell them that he loves them. Rob nods, knowing that Apollo won't be able to hear his response. After a few cries of panic despair, Apollo's eyes and mouth are enveloped by the road. His screams are drowned out by thick, churning asphalt. Eve watches as the rest of his body sink, while Lilith tugs at her sleeve, pulling him towards the roof. Come on, we gotta go! Sarah, we gotta go!
I'm sorry.
Whispering one last heartfelt apology to the air itself, Eve straps up with Lilith and stares at the cable. Okay guys, let yourself down until you're hanging from the rope and work your way across. I got it, you ready? Eve looks to her friend.
I don't...
Just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me. The Range Rover's wheels are now disappeared. With every passing second, the cable's clearance diminishes, and the angle between the roof of the bars and the Wranglers becomes steeper. They need to start moving now or not at all. Eve looks across the length of the rope. I could feel her mind kicking back at the prospect.
I can't.
Sarah, we fucking have to, okay? Follow behind me. Lilith wraps her arms around Eve, hugging her shivering flame for letting go and crouching down to the rope. Slowly working her way under it, her hands clenching the cable, her legs wrapped securely around it. Lilith starts to pull herself along the rope, shifting her feet up every few inches behind her. She fixes her eyes onto me as she drags herself to the halfway mark. Is she following me? The asphalt swallows the Range Rover's lower chassis. Even Eve's hasn't moved a muscle. The stretch of black tarmac might as well be a bottomless ravine, the Grand Canyon. The idea of hanging herself over it mortifies her. Sarah's not as bad as you look. Please come on. Lilith crosses the threshold. Her knuckles are as white as continue to cling onto the rope. Rob marches up to her and helps her down to his arms, coaxing her hands free by telling her she's safe. As soon as her feet hit the ground, they give way beneath her. Lilith sinks to the ground, crying out, Sarah, come on, please!
I can't. I can't.
Please, Sarah, I need you here! Her shallow breast quaking in anxiety, Eve slowly crouches down and grips the rope. Slowly but surely, as the asphalt consumes the car's license plate in the less than a meter below her, Eve lowers herself down with clumsy desperation and drags herself across the rope. She left it late. Her back it hangs merely inches from the hungry ground as she shuffles unevenly towards us, lifting her feet and scraping up the rope, her arms straining to stay locked.
I'm not going to make it.
You are! You keep going! The Range Rover's windows are now disappearing. Inside, the dashboard has been submerged. With every yard that Eve managed to climb, the lowering rope ensures she stays close to the ground, even over the final few feet. My heart breaks the moment her foot sleeps. It happens almost too quickly to register. As Eve erratically shuffles her feet along the rope, her bare left foot gives way, swinging underneath her and kicking onto the ground. Eve tries to raise it in time before discovering she can't. No, please! Throwing everything entirely off balance, Eve tries to pull herself up. However, with her lower legs seeping into the dark tar, her position can't be maintained. She falls, her body twisting as she falls into the road. Lilith releases a terrible shrieking cry. Eve whimpers as the side of her head rests against the tarmac, her cheek already subsumed.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, please don't be sorry.
I love you. I love you, Jen.
I love you too. I'm sorry I did it. I'm so sorry. Eve tries to reply, but half her mouth is sealed shut, encased by the creeping asphalt. Her short breaths finally melt into one long inhalation, as her nose and mouth are sunk entirely. One remaining eye takes the final fleeting look at Lilith before vanishing. A look away for what is still the sink. The important things have already gone. Lilith collapses onto her knees, a screaming torrent of grief exhaled from her burning lungs. Rob is completely immobile, likely searching for something practical in which he could bury himself. Bonnie and Clyde simply look lost as they turn back to the sinking Range Rover. Blue Jay's reaction surprises me. She stares into the tarmac, the smirk ripped from her face, replaced by a familiar look of shell shock. She repeatedly mutters something under her breath. Something that sounds like it's not real. It's not real. We stand in silence what seems to be like an age, accompanied by the breeze of Lilith's gradual waning laments. After she's exercised the immediate torment, her screaming descends into a deathly stillness. Rob makes the first step to approach her.
Can take you back home if you want to.
No. Lilith wipes her eyes as tears continue to fall freely from down her cheeks. When she turns around, she looks enraged. No, I am still going. I'm going to get to the end.
You know I can't tell you when that'll be.
Lilith stands up and glares at Rob, then looks over to Bonnie and Clyde. Are you guys still going? Do you have a seat free? The siblings look to one another. Bonnie nods.
You got a place with us if you want it.
Which door isn't locked?
The door's
Then what
unlocked.
the fuck are we waiting around for? Lilith marches to Clyde's Ford and climbs into the back seat. She waits for us impatiently to finish up.
Oh, I need you to redo that whole last line. You got kind of eaten by Discord.
Discord. Lilith marches to Clyde's Ford and climbs up into the back seat. She waits for us impatiently to finish up.
Anyone else want to turn around?
Rob looks to me and Blue Jay. Blue Jay sends a look of deep scorn his way before marching off to her own car.
Bristol?
The Range Rover has finally sunk. The road has settled back into the hard, permanent surface. It isn't like Rob to offer me a ride home, and I'm feeling overwhelmingly like I should take him up on it. But there are too many questions unanswered. Too many unchallenged mysteries weaved into the fabric of this journey. Going back now wouldn't be a return. It wouldn't be a retreat. I'm still going. A few minutes later, the 3 remaining cars roll down the dirt track, leaving another incomprehensible atrocity behind us. There's a part of me that can't believe I'm still continuing down this road. A greater part of me is astonished that no one took the opportunity to turn back. As Rob carries me on to the next turn, and the one after that, I realize we have our reasons. I become obsessed with chasing the truth, and have Blue Jay in her way. Bonnie has her own unsettling motives for carrying on, and Clive wasn't about to abandon her. Lilith had directed her smoldering angry leaf toward the road itself, seeking deliverance at its end. And Rob As far as he's concerned, there's only one direction to go. Still, when I think of the stars that have already befallen to us, and the potential for unspeakable ruin that lies ahead, I realize that no one in their right mind would continue down the road. I suppose no one is. And that is the end of part 5.
How fucking heavy is that one, though?
Wow. Fuck me, dude.
Yeah, so when I say I remembered how this one, like that this was one of the chapters that stuck with me. One of the things I couldn't remember was who it was that fell into the tarmac, but I remembered specifically the scene of like someone falling onto their back trying to save someone else and going like, it's okay, just you have to get up now.
Yeah.
And them slowly sinking into the mix. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I haven't read anything probably that well written in a long time. Even just narrating that, I'm like, I just want to listen to someone say this.
Right? It's a really fucking good story.
That's
And
that's probably my favorite part.
3 characters.
Yeah, that was my favorite part of that entire thing. Cause I'll be honest, like, I think I got really invested with the hitchhiker, and I was like, all right, this is cool. And I won't lie, Jubilation kind of left me disappointed. I mean, yeah, Ace's thing was tragic, but it was like, I wasn't invested. I was like, I mean, this is what I expected. I wasn't expecting this, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I think Jubilation kind of tags in the like almost campy,
this is like okay,
creepypasta era,
weird.
where it's like it's a town full of people who stare at you creepily while acting like a standard American family.
Yeah,
like that makes it super just
unsettling. it's like trying to hit Uncanny Valley.
Laissez-faire when it comes to
it's trying to hit the Uncanny Valley, but it's like okay, whatever. And then what happens to Ace? I expected it. I was like, I know what's going to happen. I know there's a tow truck with a swinging hook. You're foreshadowing that more than likely Ace is going to be on that hook. That's what I expected.
Yeah,
and then when it's like it went through like his jaw, I was like, okay, you're getting a little. I thought they were going to like string him up by the hook, like Dead by Daylight style.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, it feels a little extra.
Like
and
through
then
the chest
this,
or something.
I feel like this exact like part was just like, oh, I won't lie. And when Apollo is dying, I actually was about to cry. I don't know if you could hear it in my voice, but I actually was about to cry. I felt awful, especially when he's like reassuring Eve as he's falling in. I'm like, oh my god, that hurt.
Yeah, after I did the it's okay, you gotta get up. I heard it in your voice when you went to read the next part.
Crying. I was like, it was like, this is all campy, and then like the last part that we did where they go over it, I was like,
heart-wrenching.
I just like, it was like, whatever, and I'm like, I think this is the true moment where shit hits the fan so hard that you weren't ready. That was very well made.
Yeah, no, it was very, very well done.
Oh my goodness.
Yours. I'm Raina the Mouse, a variety streamer here on Twitch. I do variety things usually poorly. What I did today, though, was I did some reading of the left-right game with the wonderful hidden tome here. We're actually just wrapping up for the day because we are packing it all up. Oh, Scribs, you don't have to shout them out. It has an auto thing that does it. You don't need to do it. Thank you, though.
I'm gonna do it anyways.
But yeah, so essentially, we finished reading the left-right game up to part 5. We're gonna do the last 5 parts in a future stream. These chapters are getting longer as they go on. However, I don't think they're gonna be like too much longer than what we just did.
Yeah, we're halfway through. I feel like this is probably gonna be the longest one, just because of the amount. We might have one that's at this level of reading. But I think it's safe to say we're not gonna have anything this long, except for maybe one part. One part is going to be. So
exactly, like towards the end, like final part and stuff like that.
But
the thing that really got me was like, this is the moment where you really see that the story itself is showing you like, no, the road itself is the problem, and it's just so fucking heart-wrenching because it gives you a scapegoat. It makes you think that the guy shambling down the road is the real threat, only for it to turn out to not be the case.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Also, hold on 1 second. I wanted to check something. The writer is Jack Anderson, by the way. So I wanted to at least credit that, because that was genuinely, just
Yeah,
really...
massive credit to the writer.
That was very good. And I did like, because I
harrowing,
wasn't
and I
ready
loved it.
for the, I think what got me was like, so when they made, what is that? This something new with the weird, like, man figure,
guy.
which I thought that's what the show was going to the part was going to be about, and then it just completely subverted my expectations with, oh no, that's not the problem. I'm like, oh, which I think that was
the
another
red herring.
I think that was another one of those tricks you moments.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, speaking of, the creature was able to walk across the tarmac without issue.
yeah, it was, which is, I think, yeah, because I wonder if they didn't, because it seems like it didn't give a shit about anybody. It was just going.
No, it was just existing.
So I feel like
But
that
that's
it
the
was
thing,
meant
I
to
think,
trick you into
to throw them off.
and
Yeah.
to throw them off, which caused the accident. So that's the bait that causes the actual trap.
Exactly. It's like, we're going to make you reckless. We're going to make you miss something important. And then you're going to be punished for it.
Yeah. So that was very very well made. Let's see. Now the question is when do we want to do this next? Because I know we wanted to do this once a month, but I'm gonna be real, I kind of want to finish this at least this month.
I can't guarantee this month because I've got a lot
That's
happening over the next
fair.
little bit. Also, Twilister Patch, thank you so much for the follow. Grab yourself a pint, have a seat, and join the Seamus adventure. We're ending the adventure today, but we are going to carry it on sometime very soon.
Yes, we have to figure out a date. I think without further ado, we should find somebody to raid into.
So actually, taking a real quick peekarino, so my next immediate Saturday that
actually.
I'm free.
Yeah, let me do that.
I'll be a little bit frantic, but just because it's like, again, it's like I'm gonna have a busy couple of weeks because starting on the 23rd, every Sunday for the foreseeable like couple months, I'm going to be busy doing a thing, so I'm gonna have a very full weekend.
Yes.
But I can do the 22nd or the 1st.
I have the 22nd off. And the
Okay, let's
first
do
off.
the
I have both
22nd
of them. So yeah, we got 22nd.
We'll do the 22nd for now. Because I think, honestly, I'm going to want to at least be able to have a weekend with Katie.
Yeah, have a weekend with your fiance.
With my fiance. But yeah, no, because next week is Valentine's Day.
Oh,
and
shit, that's right.
while I may not be doing any particular streamy doos, I am going to try to do something over on the Blue Heart site on the evening of the 15th. But on Valentine's evening itself, the Friday, I am going to be spending some time with my Candyman. And then it's the host club is going to be hosting a little thing where we're going to have, we're going to do some rom-coms on the 15th. And then we're going to be doing some vibe day stuff on the Friday itself before I have to disappear. And then on the 16th is a friend's wedding. So, like, next weekend is very, very busy for me. Mm-hmm. And then the following that is me starting the thing that's going to be continuing every Sunday for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be a little busy. But I promise I will come back with more of this with Tome because I am enjoying this a lot.
This was very great.
I really enjoyed this. And honestly, I just like spending time with you.
We don't do this often.
Do you have any ideas? No, we really don't. Well, because most of the time when we hang out,
It's for
it's
work.
either during a work meeting or it's like,
It's girls' night.
It's either for work or it's like intermittently while other people are like hanging out, like where we're all just like in a same voice call.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't hang out.
Want to throw in DMs if you've got an idea? That's true. That is very true.
But yeah, wait, what was the question? Sorry.
I was saying, if you have somebody to suggest you want to put them in our DM, just so we can agree if we're. Do we want to double raid somebody?
Oh yeah.
Or do we
of
want to do
course.
separate raids?
Oh, no, double raid always.
Yeah.
There's so many people online right now. Oh god.
Yeah.
Do you see anybody
hold on, I'm gonna refresh my page just to
are
see if
thinking of?
anybody.
I'll DM you a person I'm thinking of only because we mentioned them.
Oh, true.
We could raid. We could raid them.
Yeah. Let me see. What is your suggestion doing right now?
Marvel Rivals, I think, is what they're doing. Yeah, they're doing Marvel Rivals.
Oh, I meant like the event itself specifically, like because if we can, I'd like to do mine just because they're doing the good cause thing right now.
Yeah. No. They're just doing a thon. They're on day 12 of their thon, so I feel like we should probably go to.
Yeah, you okay if we do?
Yeah, let's do yours. And they're also.
Okay. Yeah, I also looked, and their thing has like 100 and.
Yeah.
They're with some good people, and the other thing as well is your person also is like 140 something hours currently on their clock, so there will be time for people to go say hi.
There will be time. All right, yeah, let's definitely go raid them.
Okay, I'm gonna get
/raid.
I'm gonna get my raid started now. Oh no, apparently did I spell it wrong? I spelled it wrong. That's why.
I can't believe you didn't just copy paste it. Also,
there we go.
Twitch, would you like to show me?
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right.
Let me know when you're ready.
With that, yeah, I hit
you
start
hit
raid, so it's gonna do the
raid.
thing right now. So yeah, so it's doing the countdown thing now. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Part 2 of the left-right game with me and Tome. That's gonna be on the 22nd. So same time, same place, same moth and mouse. Next things from me, tonight I'm over on the Blue Heart site, probably in like the next 2 hours, give or take, because I'm going to give myself a little bit of a brain rest from reading and everything. And then I'm doing more reading on Monday. I'm doing more readings of Radley's over on the Blue Heart site before we do some more Twowie on Tuesday. Tell them, what are you up to?
I am doing nothing but just rigging. Finishing up a commission for Party DBS. If you do yum. But yeah, no, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I'm just rigging, and then I'll be doing a bunch of Warframe stuff because I've gotten back into Warframe, and I have a problem. I'm just joking. I definitely don't have a problem. But yeah. Oh yeah.
Fair enough.
I think Mouth and Mouse is good. Hold on.
Timer's about to head out, so.
Yeah, Mouth and Mouse should. That's good. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting us. Please continue to do so by showing up for future streams. But until then, have yourselves a wonderful time zone wherever you're at, and I'll see you next time.
Yes. We'll catch you then. Bye-bye.
Bye!